takeover, federal takeover of election law. So why are we taking up a massive federal takeover of election law? Well, that's a good question. 2 years ago, Democrats told us that we needed to pass this law because our electoral system was broken. Well, then came 2020. We had a record voter turnout, largest voter turnout since the election of 1900, largest turnout in 120 years in American history. And Democrats won the White House. After that, it got a little awkward to complain that our electoral system was broken, so Democrats found a new argument. Now we have to pass this legislation to stop states from taking away voting rights. According to Democrats, states' moves to update or clarify their election laws in the wake of pandemic challenges and vote counting confusion are really plots to restrict voter access. Of course, so far, most 2021 state election law updates have proved to be both standard and mainstream. But that hasn't stopped Democrats, who have at times resorted to outright lies in their efforts to persuade Americans that we're facing a voting rights crisis. After all, Democrats need to give some reason for why we should allow the federal government to take over our entire electoral system. And Democrats' real reason, because they think S1 will give them an advantage in future elections, is not really one that they can use to sell the bill. Although Speaker Pelosi did admit, I should say, on national television that she thought S1 would boost Democrats' electoral chances. Mr. President, the question is where to start when it comes to the bill's content. As I said, like the original S1, the new S1 is an unprecedented federal takeover of elections. Historically, running elections has largely been a matter for states who tailor election laws to the particular needs of their cities and communities. S1 would impose one-size-fits-all federal regulations on elections, in many cases deeply problematic regulations. S1 would require states to allow unlimited ballot harvesting, which is the controversial practice of allowing political operatives and others to pick up and deliver ballots with all the possibilities for fraud that creates. It would gut state voter ID laws which, I would point out, are supported by a strong majority of the American people. A recent poll said 80% of Americans support voter ID laws. It would remove legal penalties for registering individuals who are here illegally, and so much more. But the new S1, like the old S1, goes way beyond undermining the security of our elections and increasing the likelihood of voter fraud. It would implement public funding of political campaigns, which would mean that government dollars, money that belongs to the American taxpayer, would go to funding yard signs and attack ads. Sitting senators alone could qualify for more than $1.8 billion in public funding. And that doesn't count their challengers. Yes, with a record high debt, Democrats apparently think that dropping a couple $billion here and there on attack ads and partisan rallies is a good use of taxpayer dollars. And from there, believe it or not, the ideas only get worse. S1 would permanently undermine confidence in our electoral system by turning the Federal Election Commission, the primary enforcer of election law in this country, into a partisan body. That's right. The Democrats' bill would turn the primary enforcer of election law in this country into a partisan body. Now, I'm interested to hear how this is supposed to enhance voter confidence in our electoral system. Every single FEC ruling would be suspect. And on top of all this, Mr. President, S1 makes a concerted attack on freedom of speech. It would impose onerous new requirements and restrictions on political speech. It would open up private Americans to retaliation and intimidation simply for making a donation to support a cause they believe in. And it would allow the IRS to consider organizations' beliefs when deciding whether or not to grant them tax-exempt status. In fact, the ACLU, the American Civil Liberties Union, actually opposed the House's version of S1 in the last Congress because the bill would, and I quote, unconstitutionally burden speech and associational rights, end quote. That's right, Mr. President. The American Civil Liberties Union opposed the legislation because the bill would unconstitutionally burden speech and associational rights. Mr. President, as hard as it is to believe when you look at the bill's provisions, S1 was billed as an election integrity bill. In fact, this legislation would undermine election integrity, making our elections less secure and more susceptible to fraud. And it would undermine voter confidence in our elections. The partisan divide in this country has reached new heights, and voters on both sides have lost confidence in our electoral process. Any election legislation that we take up should be focused on building voter confidence in the fairness of our electoral system, not undermining it. Do my Democrat colleagues seriously believe that S1 would do anything to increase voter confidence in the unbiased character of our electoral system? Do they seriously believe that their bill looks like a nonpartisan attempt to protect American elections? They can't possibly. From the newly partisan FEC to an IRS empowered to reject tax-exempt status for organizations whose beliefs it doesn't like, S1 is very clearly a bill designed purely and simply to enhance political power. The political power Democrats hope of the Democratic Party. It is the very opposite of a nonpartisan reform bill. And I have to ask my Democrat colleagues, do you really want an electoral system that's perceived as partisan in which half the country doesn't trust? Haven't we seen the consequences of that? Are you really prepared to sacrifice voter confidence in our electoral system just so you can win elections? Mr. President, later this afternoon we will vote on S1. And I fully expect that this legislation will be blocked. And it should be. The Senate's rules, which require the agreement of 60 senators to move forward to consider legislation, were designed for times just like these. Times when a narrow partisan majority attempts to shove through partisan legislation. Times when a partisan majority attacks the freedoms of our government that our government exists to protect. The Senate was established to act as a moderating body and to check attempts to ride roughshod over minority rights or to curtail our rights and our liberties. And today the Senate will fulfill that role and prevent this dangerous partisan takeover of our electoral system from moving forward. Mr. President, to elaborate on that point for just a moment, when I asked the question earlier on about why would you bring this bill to the floor, it's a good question, I think, knowing full well that it's going to fail and should fail later today. But why would you bring it to the floor? Well, allegedly, the reason to bring it to the floor was to provide pressures on certain Democrat members that this is the reason that they need to vote to do away with the legislative filibuster, which is something that has been part of the Senate going back to our founding fathers. In fact, the very reason the founding fathers created the United States Senate was a check and balance against majoritarian rule, against running roughshod over the rights of the minority here in the United States Senate. And the legislative filibuster has ensured and provided that protection, so much so that it was used extensively in the last 6 years when Republicans were in control of the Senate by the Democrats to filibuster legislation. In fact, it was used to filibuster coronavirus relief bills. It was used to filibuster police reform bills. It was used over and over to block the former president's nominees. And yet now, Mr. President, we are being told that the Senate needs to get rid of the legislative filibuster and that all those Democrats, all those on the other side of the aisle who used it extensively to block Republican legislation over the past 6 years, are now believe that we need to get rid of the legislative filibuster, and that this bill is example number one for why that is necessary. Well, it's really ironic and interesting to hear members on the other side make that argument, given where they were a couple of years ago. It was just a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago, that 33 Democrat senators signed a letter to the Republican leader at the time, Senator McConnell, saying that we need to preserve the filibuster, the legislative filibuster in the Senate, because it's so crucial to the essence of the Senate and the protections that it provides for the rights of the minority here in the United States Senate. 33 Democrats, many of whom are still serving in this body, adopted that position. And in fact, the Democratic whip, my counterpart on the Democrat side, said a couple of years ago on a morning show, "I can tell you that it would be the end of the Senate as it was originally devised and created going back to our founding fathers. We have to acknowledge our respect for the minority, and that is what the Senate tries to do in its composition and in its procedure. I can tell you," he said, the Democratic whip, senator from Illinois, "that it would be the end of the Senate as it was originally devised and created going back to our founding fathers." In other words, Mr. President, we need to preserve the filibuster to preserve our democracy. It's essential. That was the view as recently as a couple of years ago. And now we've got to get rid of the filibuster to preserve our democracy. 2 years later, the filibuster, the legislative filibuster, which in various forms have served our republic now for over 2 centuries. It's been a part of the United States Senate, of the checks and balances that the founders envisioned for this country. And yet here we are, bringing a bill to the floor for no other purpose than to have a show vote, to try and pressure certain Democrat senators who rightfully are defending the legislative filibuster as an essential element of protecting the rights of the minority in the Senate, of requiring cooperation and collaboration, and bringing people together on legislation. Solutions in the Senate historically, and I was a staffer here back in the 1980s. That's how long, my tenure, at least as a staffer and now subsequently as a member, goes back. But the Senate is a place where solutions tend to be found in the middle because that's required. It's required that there be 60 votes to move consequential legislation. And as a result of that, members on both sides have to come together. If you want to pass big things in the Senate, you have to figure out a way to get 60 votes. And right now, that would require, in the Senate, if you had every Democrat, 50 Democrats, you'd have to get 10 Republicans. As was the case when we had the majority in the Senate, we had to get 7 Democrats to do anything. And so, in order even to move essential legislation like a coronavirus bill, we had to reach out to the other side. And it forced that compromise, that collaboration, that willingness to come together and work in a bipartisan way on solutions that are durable for this country. And Mr. President, it was really interesting in this Washington Post op-ed by Senator Sinema, where she points out, makes that very point, that if you can do something at 51 votes today, and one side blows up the rules in the Senate, that when the majority changes, and it always does in the Senate, and she points out that sometimes when you get in the majority, you think you're going to be there forever. Well, I've been here long enough to have been in the majority, in the minority, in the majority, and in the minority again. It goes back and forth. So what are you going to do then the next time the Senate majority flips? And all those things that the other side thinks are awful ideas that the Republicans have, and they would love to be able to block them, or at least force Republicans to come to the table and negotiate a solution that would require some bipartisan participation to get to 60 votes. What are you going to do then? Where we have 51 votes, when one side gets the majority, 51 votes, and we go back and forth, and we have this policy, this sort of kind of policy roller coaster that provides no certainty, no predictability, and certainly gets away from the checks and balances that the founders intended. Mr. President, the filibuster, the legislative filibuster, the rules of the Senate, the procedures of the Senate are designed to protect and preserve democracy, not to undermine it. What undermines it is cynical attempts to try and use a piece of legislation that the leadership on the other side knows is going nowhere and bring it to the floor for a show vote to put pressure on Senate Democrats who, as I said, rightfully are defending that very procedure, which has worked so well to their advantage for the past 6 years. And now we're told the reason they have to change it is because Republicans are being so, we're not cooperating, we're not, we're sticks in the mud. We're stopping and blocking things. We haven't even been in the minority now for 6 months. We spent the last 6 years in the majority as the other side extensively, and I emphasize extensively because any study of the data would suggest that, to block Republican initiatives, to force Republicans to come together to find 60 votes. That was their position and posture for the past 6 years, including 33 Democrat senators who, as recently as 3 years ago, sent a letter to the Republican leader saying that we've got to protect the legislative filibuster. Statements like the one made by the senator from Illinois that doing away with the filibuster would end the Senate as it was originally devised and created going back to our founding fathers. One of the essential elements of this republic, constitutionally, was the need for checks and balances. And the bicameral creation of the founding fathers, the House, which is based upon the majority, 2-year terms, designed to reflect the will of the people, was created, the balance and the check that was created against that was the United States Senate with 6-year terms, where you have procedures and rules that make it more difficult and challenging, that force this place to be more deliberative, to be more compromising, to consult and to work together. And so what we're doing today, you're going to get up and my colleagues on the other side are going to talk about how critical it is that we do this because all these states are enacting these terrible, terrible election reforms, as I said earlier, most of which, at least from what I've seen, are very mainstream and consistent with what the founders designed in our Constitution, and that is for states to have principal primacy when it comes to controlling and regulating elections in this country. But as I said, it was argued 3 years ago, in 2019, when this bill was introduced, that it needed to be introduced because we've got to do something to increase participation in our elections, that we really need to encourage people to be more active in our elections. We got to get people to vote, which they did in record numbers. Biggest turnout since 1900, biggest voter participation in the 2020 election, literally in 120 years in American history. So now they introduced the bill this year, and the stated reason is we've got to do this to stop all these states who are adopting these legislative solutions that are going to make it more difficult for people to vote. Well, all I can say is the rationale for what we're doing today changes depending on the year, depending on the election, but the goal is the same, and that is to create a permanent political advantage for one party. That's all this is about. And to persuade and pressure certain Democrat senators to do away with one of the fundamental elements of the United States Senate in the form of the legislative filibuster. Mr. President, I hope this vote will make at least some Democrats think twice about the wisdom of permanently politicizing our electoral system, and that it will encourage them to make sure that any future election reform proposals are genuinely bipartisan in nature, Unfortunately, I think it's more likely that Democrats are going to use this vote to argue for destroying the Senate's long-standing protections for minority rights. But today at least, the Senate will fulfill its constitutional mandate and act as a check on this attempt to undermine our basic freedoms. Mr. President, I yield the floor, and I suggest the absence of a quorum.
Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President,
Senator from Georgia.
I ask consent to vitiate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today at a defining moment in American history, and at a time when I sincerely believe that what we do or fail to do will have long-lasting and far-reaching implications for the health, viability, and vitality of the world's greatest democracy. We debate many important issues in this chamber, but this issue, the issue of voting rights, I argue is decidedly different. It is formative and foundational. It is the framework in which all of our other debates take place, for this issue is about the preservation and the protection of the democracy itself. That is, after all, what we claim to be. That is who we are, a democracy built on that sacred idea of one person, one vote. With all of the arguments taking place in the country right now, with all of the audits being ordered, and with all of the voting legislation being feverishly passed in states all across our country, clearly, ironically, there is agreement, albeit for different reasons on the right and on the left, that democracy itself is in danger. Folks on the left and folks on the right believe that there is something broken and needs to be fixed. And if that is indeed the case, what kind of Congress would we be in the whole history of Congresses? if seeing that discussion out there, we refuse to even debate the matter in here? Who are we, and how are we to hide in a moment like this? And so I rise, Mr. President, with what I think is a simple request to my colleagues. Let's do our job. Resist the easy route, the temptation to hide behind Senate procedure, and let's have a principled conversation in front of the American people about voting rights. Let's have that conversation right here, right now. How could we do otherwise? It is said that we are the most important deliberative body on the planet. Well, colleagues, how derelict in our duty would we be if in this defining moment we refuse to even have a debate about how best to preserve and protect that which is most precious, the democracy itself? In my maiden speech this past March, I made an urgent call upon this body to act to protect the right to vote. And I warned then that the cords of our democracy were dangerously frayed. That was not theoretical stuff for me. I hail from Georgia. I argued then that our democracy was being frayed by unfounded conspiracy theories that led to an attack on this very chamber, and undermined by an onslaught of state-level proposals aimed at suppressing the vote. Since I gave that maiden speech, things have only gotten worse. When I spoke here in March, 250 voter suppression proposals had been introduced in 43 states. 250 proposals. Now it is 389 proposals in 48 states. Violent assault on this Capitol, now metastasizing in voter suppression proposals all across the United States of America. Since I spoke here in March, Georgia and 13 other states have enacted these voter suppression bills into law, 14 in total. That's 14 states and counting, where partisan actors, power-hungry politicians, have acted along partisan lines to make it harder, not easier, for eligible voters to cast a ballot and guarantee that that ballot will actually count. In Georgia, after record voter turnout in a historic election, there is now a provision in SB 202 that allows partisan actors at the state level to take over the board, to take it over, to take over the process at the local level. As voters are casting their ballots, imagine that. That same law also allows any citizen to challenge the voting rights of an unlimited number of citizens, making it difficult to see how you could certify any election. Let's not kid ourselves. In this chamber of all places, a few months after January 6th, this is dangerous stuff. And that's one reason we need to debate the legislation before us. I'm hoping to include a provision I introduced yesterday with some of my colleagues that will prevent politicians from being able to overrule local election officials and therefore subvert the voices of the people. This provision will also protect local election volunteers from harassment and intimidation. Right now across the nation, constitutional rights are being assaulted, and I fear that if we don't act as a body in this moment, we will have crossed a dangerous Rubicon in our nation that will make it extremely difficult for the next generation to secure voting rights for every eligible American. So, Mr. President, this is not just another moment in another Congress. We should not think of this as rote and routine. This is a defining moment that calls upon us to speak, to debate, to act. After all, Congress represents the people. It is the job of Congress, as prescribed in Article 1, Section 4, to ensure that the people are not squeezed out and locked out of their own democracy. This is not our house. This is the house of the people. We are stewards of that trust. We have to ensure that the voices of the people can be heard in their own house. And that's why I'm urging my colleagues to begin debating on the voting rights legislation before us. That debate is happening right now out there. How could it not happen in here? I know some of my Republican friends are vowing to prevent this debate, to stop it before it begins. We're not talking yet about passing the bill. Be very clear. We're just talking about it. And they don't even want to do that. Really? Surely some of my Republican friends believe, at the very least, that in this chamber we should be able to debate about voting rights. After all, voting rights are preservative of all other rights. And what could be more hypocritical and cynical than invoking minority rights in the Senate as a pretext for preventing debate about how to preserve minority rights in the society? Mr. President, I stand here as a proud American. I believe in democracy with all of my heart. I believe that democracy is the political enactment of a spiritual idea, that we are all children of God, that we have within us a spark of the divine and therefore a right to help determine the country's direction and our destiny within it. I believe in democracy, government of the people, by the people, and for the people. I believe that the blind spots in our public policy and the wrongs in our history are made right through the power of democracy. People of diverse perspectives, helping us to see more fully and embrace more completely what it means to be a government of the people, by the people, for the people. It is how black people finally gained their citizenship. Women, the suffrage. Members of the LGBTQ plus community, their dignity and equality under law. Diverse perspectives and voices help us to see what we would not otherwise see. And that is precisely what is being imperiled right now by all of these voter suppression bills and by some in this chamber to forestall a necessary debate about voting rights at this defining moment in our history. Mr. President, who are we and how are we to hide at a moment like this? Why are some people hiding? To what end? For what purpose? At whose behest? From whom are they hiding? The American people who sent us here in the first place? And so I hope we can take a bipartisan vote to begin debate on this important piece of legislation, because that's what democracy is all about. History is watching, and the future is waiting to see if we are who we say we are. The United States Senate, a serious-minded, deliberative body, the United States of America, a nation built on that simple but sublime principle: one person, one vote. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President,
Senator from Arkansas.
no, I had not planned to speak about the Democratic power grab known as S1 and HR1, the For the People Act. I've said my piece on this bill before on the Senate floor and in many other forums. But I've listened to my Democratic friends all day long talk about this bill. We will later today vote on what's known as a motion to proceed to the debate on this bill. That motion will fail. It won't come close to passing. And our Democratic friends are saying they won't even debate. They won't even debate election reforms. Well, first off, let me say, if you ask me what the Republican plan to federalize our elections is, my answer is we don't have a plan to federalize our elections. We don't think we should federalize our elections. We think the states and their counties have done a pretty good job, traditionally, of running our elections. I'd also remind my Democratic friends that what they presented as some kind of unprecedented affront to having a Democratic debate in the Senate happened repeatedly, hundreds of times in the last administration. My Democratic friends simply voted not even to have a debate on, say, a coronavirus relief package last summer, which could have gotten aid to families and businesses when they needed it. When the pandemic was still raging, when vaccines were still months away, they filibustered even a debate until after the election, when we passed in December almost the exactly same bill that was under consideration. They blocked even a debate on policing reforms last summer that might have helped provide police departments across the country with additional financial support or training resources. I could go on and on about the bills on which they blocked even a debate, like protecting unborn children who can survive outside their mother's womb. Yet today the Democrats act as if it's some terrible affront that we're not even going to have a debate on a bill that would be one of the biggest power grabs by Washington in the history of our democracy. So then you have a lot of Democrats who are complaining that the Senate Rules and Customs, the filibuster, has to go. They say that it's a racist relic of the Jim Crow era. I will acknowledge that some Democrats over the years used the filibuster to block civil rights progress. But I will also remind my Democratic colleagues that, yes, they used the filibuster hundreds of times in the last administration. I'll also enter into the record, with request for consent, Mr. President, this letter written on April 7th, 2017. Persuasively authored by Susan Collins and Chris Coons, and signed by more than 60 of our fellow senators, urging Senator McConnell and Senator Schumer to preserve the existing rules, practices, and traditions as they pertain to rights and members to engage in extended debate on legislation. They note that these rules have changed on our executive calendar when we consider judicial nominees or executive branch nominees. But they say we are mindful of the unique role the Senate plays in the legislative process, and we are steadfastly committed to ensuring that this great institution continues to serve as the world's greatest deliberative body. Therefore, we are asking you, Senator Schumer and Senator McConnell, we are asking you to join us in opposing any effort to curtail the existing rights and prerogatives of senators to engage in full, robust, and extended debate as we consider legislation before this body in the future. Let me remind you, more than 60 senators signed this. 26 Democrats currently serving in the Senate signed it. 27 if you include the Vice President. Let me just give you a few notables. As I said, the Vice President signed it. The following chairs of Senate committees signed this letter 4 short years ago: Senators Leahy, Warner, Cantwell, Carper, Reed, Stabenow, and Menendez. Some other notable senators. As I said, it was authored by Senator Coons, one of Joe Biden's closest friends in the United States Senate. Senator King, who often finds himself in the middle of consequential debates. Senator Heinrich, who apparently has changed his tune and today is advocating aggressively to eliminate the filibuster, just like Senator Schatz, Senator Booker. Senator Feinstein, one of the longest-serving Democrats in the Senate. Senator Kaine, who is the vice presidential nominee for the Democratic Party in 2016. Senator Tester, again, who often finds himself in the middle of consequential bipartisan negotiations. Yet somehow something's changed since 2017. Something's changed. And most of these Democratic senators now think that these Senate rules must be destroyed so they can pass their massive power grab. What could it be that's changed? What could it be? I don't know. Maybe it's that Democrats have the most slender reed of power with Joe Biden in the White House and a 50-50 Senate and a 4-seat majority in the House. I wish that my Democratic colleagues understood that the shoe can pinch when it's on the other foot. But now, moving on, Mr. President, I request the following remarks be recorded in a separate part of the record.
Without objection.
Huawei is no ordinary phone company. It is the eyes and ears of the Chinese Communist Party. According to our Department of Defense, Huawei is a communist Chinese military company that's controlled by the People's Liberation Army. A former officer in the PLA founded Huawei. Huawei is built upon stolen technology from American companies like Cisco, and it's engaged in espionage all around the world on behalf of its masters in Beijing. Which raises some important questions. Should American citizens work on behalf of a communist Chinese military company? If they do, should they then go on to serve in senior positions in the United States government, making policies that will directly affect our safety and security? These aren't academic questions. The Senate is now considering whether to confirm one Christopher Fanzone for a senior legal position in the Office of the Director of National Intelligence. By all accounts, Mr. Fanzone is a capable lawyer. I don't question his qualifications or his character, but there is reason to question his judgment. While working as a law partner at Sidley Austin, Mr. Fanzone performed legal work for Huawei, as well as China's Ministry of Commerce. He performed this work during a critical period when our government was actively exposing Huawei as a Chinese spy company and applying sanctions to it. He also wasn't just a long-time lawyer in private practice with long-standing clients, to include foreign clients. He had spent most of his career in government, primarily in national security roles. I cannot imagine that he was not aware of the China threat in general or the Huawei threat in particular. After all, the House Intelligence Committee had produced a landmark report exposing Huawei in 2012 while he served in the Obama administration. Now, I recognize he didn't do all that much work for Huawei, just a few billable hours here and there. But the fact remains that he first served Huawei, and now he wants to serve in the United States government. Nor is he willing to foreclose the possibility of working for such companies in the future. Unfortunately, Mr. Fanzone is far from alone in this lapse of judgment. there's a rapidly revolving door in Washington, D.C. that shuttles people in and out of government. Unfortunately, some of those people go on to work for companies with ties to the Chinese government and its armed wing, the People Liberation Army, after they cycle out of government. These individuals are part of what I call the new China lobby. They work at white shoe law firms and sprawling multinational corporations and big banks. Their pockets are lined with Chinese communist cash, just like Hollywood executives and NBA stars and ivory tower academics. Some of them get very rich by doing Beijing's bidding, and they don't want the gravy train to stop. Consider a recent article in the Financial Times which reported that some of the richest banks and investment firms in America have been forming partnerships with Chinese state-run banks. Similarly, some of America's biggest companies like Nike and Coca-Cola are so addicted to access to the Chinese market that they lobbied last year against a bill to crack down on goods made by slave labor. All because that bill would make it more difficult for Coke and Nike to make their products in China and to keep access to the Chinese market. At the same time as our country wages a Cold War against the Chinese Communist Party, some of our best and brightest are taking their talents to borrow from King James, LeBron James, who's up to his ears in Chinese cash, to work for companies that are little more than puppets of the Chinese state. That's deeply troubling, and it's high time the U.S. Senate take a stand against the China lobby. That's why I will regrettably oppose Mr. Fonzone's nomination. Though he's far from the worst offender, it's time we start drawing a line. And in the future, I will therefore carefully scrutinize nominees for ties to the regime in Beijing and military companies like Huawei. If you wish to serve in the United States government in the future, let me be very clear. Do not do business with the Chinese Communist Party or its military or the companies that support it. Stop it today. Don't take the work, don't take the meeting, don't cash the check. A man cannot serve two masters. It is as true today as it was in the old days. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that Senators Rubio, Peters, and I be allowed to complete our remarks before the scheduled roll call vote.
Is there any objection? Seeing none, without objection.
Mr. President, I'm here today to talk about those things that unite us as Americans, and I'm here to talk about those things that divide us. For centuries, public service has been something that unites Americans, drawing us together. Citizens from all walks of life serve in our military. They serve in federal and state and local governments. They serve in police units and fire departments across our country. They serve as teachers and coaches. And we as a nation are better off for their service and for their sacrifice. Those who serve our nation do it not because they have to, but because they want to. They do it because they believe this nation is worth serving. They do it because they believe this nation is worth defending. They believe it is worth celebrating. And they are right to think all of those things. Service to this country is an act of selflessness that affirms our nation is a place worth believing in. But I'm concerned that the President administration and this President, President Joe Biden, do not share this point of view. I'm worried that President Biden is nominating for federal office individuals who do not share a view of America as a good and decent place, who do not believe that the history of this nation is worth celebrating, nominating instead people who believe that this is a country founded in racism and shot through with corruption. Many of these nominees are partisans of a viewpoint that goes by different names, but shares several features in common. A view that America is a systemically racist place and systemically unjust. A view of America as corrupt. A view of American society as one that needs to be deconstructed, that needs to be pulled apart, torn down, and then rebuilt in a fundamentally different way. Now, this broad ideology has become known in public as critical race theory, or sometimes just critical theory. And let me tell you, as someone who has taught in our nation's universities, someone who has seen our institutions of higher learning up close, I would say to those in the media and elsewhere who now deny that there is any such thing as critical theory, that critical theory is in fact very real. It is very influential, and it appears to have become the animating ideology of this administration, and that is cause for great concern. Critical theory is an ideology that says the United States is rotten to its core. The leaders of this movement think our society is defined by white supremacy. They think our leaders are complicit at best. They think that all Americans are either oppressors or oppressed. In our world-class military, these critics see a vehicle for discrimination. In our American flag, they see propaganda. In our family businesses, they see white supremacy. In our police officers, they see agents of racial oppression. These critics allow no room for merit, for experience, or for grace in our life together. They pit whiteness and blackness against each other in a manner that reduces every American, no matter their character or their creed, to their racial identity alone. One of these critics, Dr. Ibram Kendi, wrote this: "The only remedy to past discrimination is present discrimination. The only remedy to present discrimination is future discrimination." That's right. That's what he said. Think about that for a moment. He's saying that he's opposed to equality under the law. He's opposing our merit-based system for federal employment. Dr. Kendi and his followers are in no uncertain terms advocating for state-sanctioned racism in the United States of America. Now, it's a free country. Dr. Kendi and these other authors can write their books and debate their views and put them out in public. It's absolutely their right to do so. They are welcome to do so, but what we cannot allow, what we must not allow, is our federal government to affirm and sanction and advocate this critical race theory. We cannot allow the United States of America, the greatest nation on earth, to legitimize a new era of racial engineering. In the past few years, critical race theory has gained new prominence in the giant corporations, in the media, in the military, even in our children's schools. We're seeing this across the country. We've seen too many of our children exposed to a curriculum like the 1619 Project and its derivatives that encourages division rather than unity, that rewrites our history in the service of an ideological agenda rather than in the service of truth. Young children set off to school with eyes full of hope and hearts full of pride in their country, only to be taught that white privilege defines the nation, that subjects like mathematics are inherently racist, that the Christian faith is oppressive. They're taught that the nuclear family perpetuates racism. Now imagine for a moment if you were taught the same. Imagine if you were taught that your dreams were unjust or unfair, that your family were oppressors, that you were at fault for the problems of our society today. These are just children. We should be nurturing their dreams. We should be nurturing their hopes. We should be giving them a great hope for the future of this great nation known as the United States of America, a hope for the future of the greatest nation in the history of the world, rather than teaching them to mistrust their classmates and to distrust their own history. It doesn't end there. Last year, we discovered that federal agencies and other organizations funded by taxpayers were holding workplace training sessions where federal employees were told that virtually all white people contribute to racism. That's a quote. Or where civil servants were required to say that they benefit from racism. Now, President Trump put an end to this divisive curriculum, and he was right to do so. Workplace diversity training should focus on bringing people together, not on driving them apart. But under this new administration, I fear that critical theory is making a comeback. In March, President Biden rescinded the former president's ban on this divisive curriculum, and now he's nominated Kiran Ahuja to be director of the Office of Personnel Management. That's a key position that runs human resources for the entire federal government and millions of its employees. And Ms. Ahuja's nomination is before the Senate today. I'm concerned that Ms. Ahuja is a disciple of radical critical theorists. She has frequently promoted Dr. Kendi. She called him a thought leader at her confirmation hearing back in April. And just last year, Ms. Ahuja wrote that we must free the nation from the daily trials of white supremacy. Those are her words. She appeared to endorse Dr. Kendi's claim that the election of President Trump in 2016 was an example of racist progress in this country. And she declared that we must do everything in our collective power to realize Dr. Kendi's vision for America. Mr. President, I'm concerned that as the federal government's HR director, Ms. Ahuja could use her platform to promote radical ideologies that seek to divide rather than unite the American people. She could bring critical race theory back into federal government training, into every level of federal personnel, stronger than ever. And I'm not alone in this concern. All of my Republican colleagues on the Homeland Security Committee opposed Ms. Ahuja in a vote back in April. 2 weeks ago, the Federal Law Enforcement Officers Association, they represent 100,000 federal police officers that protect and defend our nation every day. They announced that they were also concerned about Ms. Ahuja's nomination because of her advocacy of critical theory. I have to say, I agree with federal law enforcement. I agree with what they said in their letter. We should nominate candidates for public office that are committed to ideological neutrality, to fairness, and to impartiality under the law. Now, I want to be clear, Mr. President, I do not for a moment question Ms. Ahuja's sincerity or her integrity. And in fact, I thank her for her willingness to serve the nation. But I cannot agree with what appears to be her fundamental ideology. At the end of the day, this is not about politics or personalities. This is about ensuring that the federal government stands for unity, not division, harmony, not hate. As the Reverend Dr. King famously said, and he was right, we should judge our fellow citizens by the content of their character, not by the color of their skin. Mr. President, we need a strong nation with strong citizens who see each other as Americans, not as oppressors or oppressed. Now, I've heard a lot of criticism about my position here today. I've heard the corporate media and those on the left say that I misunderstand critical theory, or that it's not real, or that it's not a real problem. I've heard many say the United States is indeed built on oppression and remains a systemically racist place. All I can say, Mr. President, is that's not the America that I see, and that's not the America that I know. The working people of this country, who have rallied to this nation's flag in every hour of danger, who are the first to help a neighbor in need, who coach our little leagues and volunteer at our churches, who go to work day in and day out to provide for their families and protect the place they call home. These are not oppressors, Mr. President. These are liberators. These are not oppressors, Mr. President. These are great people. They live with a spirit of liberty that has made this country the greatest country in the history of the world, and they want to see that liberty extended to every member of the American family. That's who the American people are. That's what makes them great. That's what they believe. And because they are a great people, Mr. President, our future is a cause for hope and not despair. The advocates of critical theory tell us we have to dismantle our culture, our history, our families, our Jewish and Christian heritage and beliefs because they're all oppressive. They say the future of this nation will be defined by racial division and racial strife. Mr. President, I reject that prophecy of our future, and I take my stand on the goodness of the American people and the God who guides us. I take my stand on hope. Mr. President, it is not oppression that defines the American story. It is hope. From the Minutemen at Lexington and Concord, to the pioneers who found a new life in the West, to the heroes of the Underground Railroad, to the Union soldiers at Little Round Top, to the workers who fought the old monopolies for fair pay, to the women who won suffrage, to the young men who twice liberated Europe, to the civil rights demonstrators who faced down the likes of Bull Connor, to the firemen and police officers who rebuilt New York and gave this country confidence again in the years after 9/11. It is love for one another and love for our country that we call home that has defined our story and given us hope. And that love and that hope will define our future once again. I am confident of it. In this nation, we're not united by ethnic creed or race or religion, and proudly so. We are united by our shared history. We're united by what we love together. We're united by the radical belief that those who liberate others, those who practice grace and mercy, those who call forth the best in those around them, they're the ones who change the world. And that principle, that truth, that hope is what drives our history. And we are not done building that history yet. The greatest nation in the history of the world is not done yet. Critical theory, in all of its guises, distorts our history, it destroys our common loves, and it would leave us hopelessly divided, at enmity with one another, and alone. To this dark vision, we must say no. To radical hope, we must say yes. For these reasons, Mr. President, I urge my colleagues to vote no on Ms. Ahuja's nomination, and I yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Senator from Michigan.
Mr. President, I rise to support Kiran Ahuja's nomination to be Director of the Office of Personnel Management, or OPM. Ms. Ahuja is a proven leader who has the experience and commitment needed to restore confidence in OPM and provide a vision for the future of the federal workforce. OPM is an independent agency that supports more than 2 million federal employees who serve all across government. Both OPM and the federal workforce have faced unprecedented challenges in recent years, from attempts to dismantle the agency, to a record-setting government shutdown, to the coronavirus pandemic. And unfortunately, these challenges were made worse due to the lack of consistent and committed leadership at OPM. Our dedicated public servants are on the front line every day, responding to the ongoing pandemic, protecting our national security, and delivering vital services to the American people each and every day. The dedicated men and women who serve at OPM and throughout the civil service deserve a qualified, experienced leader who is committed to supporting the people who make government work. Ms. Ahuja's career includes over 2 decades of management experience, including running nonprofit organizations, leading the White House initiative on Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders during the Obama administration, and serving as Chief of Staff at OPM. Throughout this confirmation process, Ms. Ahuja has demonstrated that she understands the mission of OPM and the importance of safeguarding the nonpartisan civil service. She has committed to working closely and transparently with Congress to strengthen and to modernize the federal workforce. I'm confident that Ms. Ahuja is the right person to lead OPM at this pivotal time. She will provide the strategic vision and the management needed to reinvigorate the federal workforce. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the confirmation of Kiran Ahuja for Director of OPM. And Mr. President, I ask for the yeas and nays.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Under the previous order, the question is on the nomination. The yeas and nays have been ordered. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Cantwell, Cardin, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kane, King, Padilla, Peters, Schatz, Smith, and Stabenow. Senators voting in the negative: Blackburn, Braun, Capito, Cotton, and Ernst. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Risch, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Tuberville, no. Mr. Burr, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Mr. Blunt, aye. Mr. Merkley, aye. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Ms. Warren, aye. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Sass, no. Mr. Brown, aye. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Booker, Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Thune, Mr. Thune, no. Ms. Lummis, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, no. Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Kramer, no. Ms. Duckworth, aye. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Inhofe, no. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Shelby, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no. Mr. Young, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Graham, no. Ms. Baldwin, aye. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mrs. Feinstein, aye. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Crapo, no. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Warner, Mr. Warner, aye. Mr. Manchin, aye. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Grassley, no. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Tillis, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Portman, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Markey, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Rubio, no. Ms. Cinema, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. McConnell, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz. No.
The yeas are 55, the nays are 45. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will be immediately notified of the Senate's action. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the nomination of Executive Calendar 107, Kiran Ajandas Ahuja of Massachusetts, to be Director of the Office of Personnel Management, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that the debate of the nomination of Kiran Ajandas Ahuja of Massachusetts to be Director of the Office of Personnel Management shall be brought to a close? The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Mr. Blunt, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mr. Braun, Mr. Brown, Mr. Burr, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cardin, Mr. Carper, Mr. Casey, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz, Mr. Daines, Ms. Duckworth, Mr. Durbin, Ms. Ernst, Mrs. Feinstein, Mrs. Fisher, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Inhofe, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Leahy, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Manchin, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. Menendez, Mr. Merkley, Mr. Moran, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Blumenthal, Brown, Carper, Casey, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Feinstein, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Lujan, Manchin, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Peters, Reed, Rosen, Sanders, Schumer, Shaheen, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Tester, Warner, Warnock, Warren, and Wyden. Mr. Leahy, aye. Senators voting in the negative: Bozeman, Burr, Cassidy, Collins, Kramer, Cruz, Daines, Ernst, Graham, Grassley, Hyde-Smith, Inhofe, Kennedy, Lee, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, Moran, Murkowski, Portman, Romney, Rounds, Rubio, Sass, Scott of South Carolina, Shelby, Tuberville, Wicker, and Young. Mr. Tillis, no. Mrs. Fisher, no. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Crapo, no. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Mr. Cornyn, no. Mr. Cotton, no. Mr. Blunt, no. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Barrasso, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Ossoff, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Mrs. Blackburn. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Paul. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. King. Mr. King, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Haggerty. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Toomey. Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Padilla, aye. Mr. Braun. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Booker. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, no. Ms. Cantwell. Ms. Cantwell, aye.
So. On this vote, the ayes are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being evenly divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative. The motion is agreed to. The clerk will report the nomination under the previous.
Nomination, Office of Personnel Management, Kiran Arjandas Ahuja of Massachusetts to be director.
The Senate stands in recess until 2:15.
Senate will come to order.
Madam President.
Senator from Michigan is recognized.
Madam President, I rise in support of Kira Ahuja and her nomination to be the Director of the Office of Personnel Management, or the OPM. OPM needs an experienced, qualified leader who is committed to the federal workforce and is invested in their future. Ms. Ahuja is that leader. She understands the unique challenges facing OPM, and she has the management experience and vision needed to restore and strengthen the workforce. I am confident that Ms. Ahuja is the right person to lead OPM at this pivotal time. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting the confirmation of Karen Ahuja for Director of OPM, and I ask unanimous consent that the vote scheduled to occur at 2:30 would occur immediately.
Is there an objection? Without objection. Question is on the nomination.
Ayes?
Is there sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Merkley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul.
Mr. Peters, Mr. Portman, Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Gillibrand, Kelly, King, Lujan, Manchin, Murray, Ossoff, Peters, Smith, Tester, Warner, and Warren. Senators voting in the negative: Braun, Burr, Cornyn, Crapo, Ernst, Grassley, Scott of Florida, and Tillis. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Carper, aye. Mr. Leahy, aye. Mr. Thune, no. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Merkley? Aye. Mrs. Fisher? No. Mr. Blunt? No. Mr. Warnock? Aye. Mr. Reed? Aye. Ms. Collins? No. Ms. Hassan? Aye. Mr. Rubio? No. Mrs. Shaheen? Aye. Mr. Brown? Aye. Mr. Moran? No. Mr. Boozman? No. Mrs. Feinstein? Aye. Mrs. Hyde-Smith? No. Mr. Heinrich? Aye. Mr. Schumer? Aye. Mr. Casey? Aye. Mr. Barrasso? No. Ms. Klobuchar, aye. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Cotton, no. Ms. Sinema, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Portman, no. Mr. Toomey, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Inhofe, no. Mr. Sass, no. Mr. Hoven, no. Ms. Stabenow, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Marshall, no. Mr. Hawley, no. Mr. Whitehouse, aye. Mr. Hickenlooper, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Padilla, aye. They're open till 4, I believe. All right. Need like express. See. Everyone. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Sanders, aye. Mr. Kramer, no. Mr. Shelby, no. Or something. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Daines, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Tuberville, no. Mrs. Blackburn, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Van Hollen, aye. Mr. Kennedy, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Sullivan, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Cardin, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Paul, no. Mr. Rounds, no. Mr. Haggerty, no. Mr. Risch, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mr. McConnell, no. Mr. Cruz, no. Mr. Durbin, aye. Mr. Booker, aye. Mr. Graham, no. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, no.
On this vote, the ayes are 50, the nays are 50. The Senate being equally and evenly divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will immediately be notified of the Senate's action. Under the previous order, the Senate will proceed to legislative session to resume reconsideration of the motion to proceed to S2093, which the clerk will report.
Motion to proceed to Calendar 77, S2093, a bill to expand Americans' access to the ballot box, reduce the influence of big money in politics, and so forth and for other purposes.
Under the previous order, the time until 5:30 is equally divided between the two leaders or their designees.
Madam President.
The Senator from Michigan.
Madam President, I have first 72, looks like 12, I'm sorry, I can't read this, 12 requests for committees to meet during today's session of the Senate. They have the approval of the majority and minority leaders.
Duly noted.
Thank you. Madam President.
Senator from Michigan.
I rise today to encourage all of my colleagues to support the motion to proceed that is in front of us. We might disagree about the underlying bill. In fact, we do disagree. Republicans and Democrats disagree about the underlying bill. But that fact shouldn't prevent us from even having the discussion about the bill and about the issue. It's what we were sent here to do, to talk about the important issues that face the American people. I can't think of anything more important, anything more fundamental to our democracy than the freedom to vote. And that's what we're talking about, the freedom to vote. We are sent here to make our best arguments, to try to persuade members who don't see the issue in the same way that we do, and in the end, to vote on important legislation like the bill that is in front of us to protect our freedom to vote as Americans. I want to thank Senator Manchin for being willing to engage in this process in good faith and for his hard work on the issue. I have to wonder why my Republican colleagues won't do the same. What are they so afraid of? It's hard to believe that they're afraid of even having the debate, Are they afraid that if the American people hear both sides, that the American people will figure out what they're trying to do? After all, the aim of the For the People Act is simply to protect Americans' freedom to vote and ensure their voices are heard. Sadly, these rights are under attack all across the country, including Michigan. State lawmakers have introduced at least 389 bills to make it harder to vote in 48 states. And in 2021, at least 14 states have enacted 22 new laws to take away people's freedom to vote. It's clear this is part of a coordinated nationwide assault on a fundamental right that my friend, the late Congressman John Lewis, called precious, almost sacred. Right now in Michigan, Republicans in the legislature are trying to push through a package of bills that will make it much harder for people to vote. Some analysts have even described the bills as being worse than the ones in Georgia, except we aren't watching them try to criminalize water. Why are they doing this in Michigan? Well, let me go back a bit. Michigan is traditionally a ticket-splitting state, what you would call a purple state. In 2010, Michigan elected a Republican governor. 2 years later, Michigan helped give President Barack Obama a second term. 2 years later, we reelected the Republican governor. And 2 years later, Michigan supported Donald Trump by the narrowest margin of any state, just over 10,000 votes. After that election, Democrats did not start a massive effort to take away people's freedom to vote. We got to work. We organized. We listened to people about their concerns. And we worked hard to gain people's support for the next election. That's what you usually do, rather than trying to stop people from voting. We did that hard work in Michigan, and you know what? We won the next election. In 2020, in the middle of a pandemic, more people in Michigan voted than ever before. 5.5 million of us. And Michigan voters clearly and resoundingly chose Joe Biden to be our next president and Kamala Harris to be our next vice president of the United States and the president of the Senate. They won by more than 150,000 votes. That's 14 times Donald Trump's margin in 2016. But what did the Trump campaign do? Well, their campaign, his allies, filed 8 lawsuits in our state, lost every one of them. And in the only case that was appealed to the Michigan Supreme Court, the court declined to hear the case despite having a majority of Republican justices. Republicans know that Michigan's election was fair, the results were accurate, and Joe Biden and Kamala Harris won our state. The people of Michigan voted. Michigan counties verified it. Our state certified it. There was no evidence of fraud that would begin to suggest that we need legislation like what Michigan Republicans are pushing. The Republicans just didn't like who Michiganders voted for. That's the same thing that's happening here. Republican colleagues don't like being in the majority, or minority. They don't like who people voted for. Well, you have a choice. You can work hard, try to gain people's trust, try to do things for people, win the next election, or you can try to take away their freedom to vote. When we think about it, think about the fact, in Michigan, Republicans didn't like who we voted for, so they're coming after the voters. They're coming after the voters. We know this is happening all across the country. It's wrong. It's un-American, frankly. And that's why we need this legislation, to protect our freedom to vote and to stop billionaires from buying elections. We are committed to making sure people have their freedoms protected. And we are committed to making sure that billionaires are not buying our elections as well. We want to end the partisan gerrymandering that makes people's votes count. Some count more than others, or rig the system. And we're committed to making sure that the wealthiest people in the country are not buying elections. Why is this important? We've seen how so-called dark money groups that don't have to report anything, funded by a handful of billionaire donors, pour unlimited amounts of money into our elections in an attempt to influence the outcome. It's easy to understand why the average voter might feel like their voice isn't being heard. The For the People Act takes crucial steps to give voters their voices back. It improves disclosure requirements so that citizens have a right to know who's given the money. Who's behind those dark money donations? It reforms the Federal Election Commission so they can better enforce the election laws already on the books. And it takes steps to protect our elections from foreign influence. I, for one, think these are essential to our democracy. I know my Senate Democratic colleagues feel the same. However, Senate Republican colleagues disagree. So let's pass this motion to proceed so we can talk about it, so we can have a debate about it. Michigan voters made their voices heard. The American people made their voices heard in the election. We need to be debating this issue and make sure that our voices are being heard across the country. Madam President, I yield the floor. I would suggest the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Madam President.
The senator from Alaska.
Madam President,
The Senate is in a quorum call.
request that proceedings under the quorum call be dispensed with.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. This afternoon, we will have before us, as members of the Senate, legislation that is entitled For the People Act. Before I speak to the For the People Act, Senate Bill 1, I want to make clear to colleagues that I have been keenly focused, interested in ensuring that when we have elections in this country, that they are free, they are fair, and they are accessible to all, that barriers to voting should be placed on the sidelines. For the past 3 sessions of Congress now, I have been the only co-sponsor of the Voting Rights Advancement Act. This was a measure that in prior Congresses was led by Senator Leahy, and I was pleased to be able to join him as a co-sponsor. That measure is now been introduced on the House side as the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, a measure to basically reestablish the pre-clearance system, which was in place until 2013, and then it was pretty much upended with the Supreme Court ruling in Shelby. I certainly and absolutely intend to co-sponsor that measure again under its new name, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. I will work with Senator Leahy. I will work with Senator Manchin. I will work with anybody on this initiative to help update this formula to ensure that we do have just exactly that, access to voting that is equal, that is fair, that is free from discrimination. Madam President, I note at the outset of my comments this morning the support for that legislation so that, again, folks understand that I fully understand that access to the ballot in this country is not perfect. And again, that I have stood behind legislation to ensure that our elections are fair. We've come a long way. We've come a long way. But I think we all recognize that there is a long path ahead of us. So let me turn to S1, the For the People Act. My fear is that this measure does not move us further down the path. If you look at the bill, it is wholly partisan. Unlike the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, which is very narrowly focused on voting rights, S1 has been described as sprawling. It's been described as ambitious, which is fair. Ambitious is not a bad thing, but it's clearly very broad. And it certainly contains some noteworthy goals, but I fear that there are provisions contained within S1s that take it too far, or that I think are bad policy, or that I simply think are beyond the power of Congress to regulate. My concern, and I've shared with many, is that the bill that we have in front of us is not so much about voting rights as it is a federal takeover of the election system, and a partisan federal takeover of the election system. The way the bill is being advertised, that somehow or other we can't count on states to do elections right or fairly, is a premise that I have a problem with. I come from a state where we were under preclearance for a long period of time. We recognize that. We had a history that was not one that I think we were proud of in terms of ensuring that there was fair and open, equal access to all. But what we have seen in the state and how we have worked through that process that was in place some years back is that we have come to this place where we have demonstrated that we can run a proper and an honest election. We've proven this time and time again. So much of my concern with what we have in front of us is that when you nationalize something, when you have kind of the federal overall oversight, it ends up being a one-size-fits-all mandate coming out of Washington, D.C. that in many cases doesn't work in a place like Alaska. There are certain aspects of S1 that I absolutely do support. Early voting. We shouldn't be limited to just the day of the election. I think we recognize that. What we can do to ensure that early voting is there, I think is important to us. I come from a state where you want to vote absentee, there is no excuse required. You can just vote absentee because it is more convenient to you. I will tell you, I was really surprised to find out how many states do not allow for that. I think that's something that we need to address. I am supportive of that. I think that we need to be doing more when it comes to ease of voter registration. Again, in the state of Alaska, we have put in place ways to make it easier for folks to register. But again, I'm looking at what we have done in Alaska, proud of some of the measures that we have put in place, but I recognize that we did this without D.C. prescriptives or mandates of uniformity. So in walking through some of the concerns that I have, I mentioned making voter registration easier. Well, the We the People Act mandates automatic voter registration, okay? Maybe a good idea. In Alaska, what we have put in place is that Alaskans are automatically registered unless they specifically opt out. They're automatically registered to vote when they sign up for their permanent fund dividend. This is obviously very exclusive and unique to one state and one state alone. But under this measure that we have in front of us, it would require state election officials to automatically register any eligible unregistered citizens. So I'm looking at that and I'm saying, all right, well, if we allow for automatic registration with your PFD, there's a lot of Alaskans, believe it or not, that do not sign up for the PFD or that are not eligible for the PFD. So is the state going to have two different systems here in terms of how we meet this mandate? So I'm looking at it and I'm saying, well, that's a fair amount of federal micromanagement here. If a state wants to implement an automatic system, it should do so, as Alaska did, but without the threat of the federal government kind of looming behind them, making sure that the I's are dotted, the T's are crossed, in precisely the way the Election Assistance Commission thinks that they should be. I don't think we want to make the administration of elections involve even more burdensome effort, more costly. So it's something that you looked at and say, let's make sure that we can allow for easier registration, but let's not impose burdensome mandates. Early voting requirements. This is another issue within the bill. The bill requires at least 15 days of early voting. This is something, again, in Alaska that we already do. It works great. But also requires that each polling place must be open for at least 10 hours a day. So we're basically, back here in Washington, D.C., telling us in Alaska that you've got to have your polling place open for 10 hours a day. Think about this in context of a small community. And I'll take a super small community, Arctic Village. About 150 people total live there in the village, not 150 voters, but 150 people total. So it wouldn't make sense. It wouldn't make sense for the state to maintain poll workers for at least 10 hours per day for at least 15 days in a community like Arctic Village. The whole town could practically vote in an hour, but that's not the point here. The point is you are imposing a federal mandate in a one-size-fits-all approach that just might not fit well there. One provision in the bill that I've got some significant concerns about is requiring same-day voter registration across the country. Again, In Alaska, we think that we've been doing a pretty fair job as to how we run our elections. I think it's reasonable that we be allowed to establish voter registration deadlines that work for the administrators in their respective states. I know some people are surprised, but you know, the fact of the matter is we don't know everything best back here in terms of how to implement, or how states should be implementing. States should have the latitude to implement a registration system that works with the state's geography, with their IT infrastructure, with their election funding, other limitations that they may have. Forcing states to allow ballot harvesting. This is another area of S1 that I have a problem with. This practice involves paid campaign operatives going out, collecting ballots, and returning them to be counted. I don't know. I look at this one and see so many ways in which this can be abused and exploited. If a state wants to permit this practice with certain parameters that the state thinks would prevent abuses, that's fine. But not all states should be forced to do so by the federal government and be made subject to DC's idea of what actually works here. Maintaining voter rolls. I think we all want to make sure that voting rolls are current or accurate, but the provisions in S1 really go very far. The bill would require states to secure, quote, objective and reliable evidence. This is a term that's not actually defined in the bill. They have to be able to establish that before removing a voter. What is not considered objective and reliable is a failure to vote, or the failure of a voter to respond to a notice sent by the state informing the voter that they've been removed. So you're going to have a situation here where this undefined term will result in people who have long since left a jurisdiction actually remaining on the voter rolls. Then there's the issue of restructuring the Federal Election Commission. From its very inception, this was meant to be a body that was bipartisan to specifically ensure that no political party would grant its candidates an unfair advantage in elections. And so you've got a restructuring that is proposed here that I think presents a flaw. It would reduce the number of seats on the FEC from 6 to 5, 2 members each from the 2 major political parties, and 1 ostensible independent. So what this could mean is that a president would simply find someone who would vote in his or her favor each time, but never registered as a member of a particular political party. This newly partisan FEC would also be given the responsibility of handing out loads of cash from the public coffers. I take issue with this, and I think that you've got a fair amount of folks in my state and across the country that do take issue with that as well in terms of public funding. S1 creates a new structure of public financing of campaigns that matches small dollar donations on a 6-to-1 basis. So I look at that, and again, I've got concerns about why anyone thinks it's a good idea to have even more money in politics, but it's easy to me to see how this could be exploited by a partisan board holding the purse strings here. So again, I look at that as a particular example of what are we doing with this in this voting rights bill. I mentioned in my introduction here that I feel that you have many provisions in this measure that are likely unconstitutional. To start, while Congress has broad authority to regulate the times, places, and manner of congressional elections, our powers are much more limited in how a state chooses to appoint its electors to the Electoral College. There, we may only determine the time of choosing electors and the day on which they should give their votes. So every provision that purportedly changes state laws regarding how a state chooses its electors could face significant and I think justified challenges in court. There are numerous provisions which try to criminalize speech that is almost certainly protected. Even the ACLU opposed several parts of this bill on the grounds that it would unconstitutionally limit the speech of citizens, as well as compel speech, neither of which are acceptable. Just 2 years ago, the Fourth Circuit invalidated a law that was nearly identical to a provision that was contained in this bill. Another issue is the issue of tax returns and whether or not Congress can mandate candidates for president to release their tax returns. I think it's only reasonable that they should do so. But the concern that I have is that the Constitution is really pretty clear in outlining the requirements to be president, and releasing tax documents is not one of those. So it just kind of presents a challenge there. Can we direct that? There's an issue. Requiring states to create redistricting commissions may also be constitutional, since Congress cannot coerce or commandeer the mechanisms of state government. Congress also likely doesn't have the authority to require states to permit convicted felons to vote, or the ability to impose an ethics code on the justices of the Supreme Court. So while these may be good ideas, is the constitutional authority there? I think there is real question to that. So, Madam President, my concern, and I'm coming to the end of my comments here, my concern about this measure is that, while the title is strong, for the people, I'm not certain that this measure will do what those who have hoped that it would do will do. It will make administering elections more difficult, more expensive, subject to federal micromanagement. Again, I mentioned the issue of questions of constitutionality and whether aspects of it will be thrown out. Passing this into law could result in messy litigation that leaves the state of election law uncertain for years to come. I've mentioned my concern about one-size-fits-all that is challenging. We're a pretty amazing 50 states, but we're all a little bit unique. But how states have leeway or latitude in determining what works, I think, is important. So I recognize that we are at a place and a time when credibility and faith in our institutions is at a really weak moment, a very weak moment. And so when we think about the things that are core to our institutions, one of those fundamentals is the fairness of our elections. And so ensuring that we are taking an approach in this nation where all people feel that the election process is for them as equal and fair as it is for their neighbor down the street or their fellow American all the way across the country. How we are able to deliver on this promise is something that we need to continue to strive towards. So I'm going to continue to work on voting rights reform, and I'm going to be doing that through the template of the John Lewis Voting Rights Act. Americans need to have faith in our institutions. They need to know that our elections are fair, that they are easy and accessible for all, and we can't instill that trust with a wholly partisan effort. So we've got some work to do. We've got a lot of work to do, and it's important work. So I thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
The Senator from Colorado.
Thank you, Madam President. When I got up this morning, the farthest thing from my mind was that I was going to have a chance to see you today. And since I am seeing you today, Madam President, I want to say thank you. I want to say thank you for your role in this administration, in leading the Biden administration to make a proposal that was passed in the American Recovery Plan that's going to cut childhood poverty in this country almost in half this year. And what people should know is not only that the president sitting here led that effort at the White House, but she led it from the very beginning, was one of the original sponsors of that legislation. And even though the president's budget has said we ought to make it extended to 2025, I just want to let you know, Madam President, that we're still fighting here to make it permanent, and I think we should make it permanent. We've already had, this isn't why I'm here today, but we've already had Columbia University tell us that there's going to be an 8 times annual return on the investment that we make as part of the recovery, because instead of mitigating for the problems of kids in poverty, we will actually be eliminating poverty for almost half the kids in this country, for millions of American children. And not only that, over 90% of American kids are going to benefit from this Biden-Harris tax cut that's in this package. So I just want to say thank you for that, and we got to keep working on it. And I agree that it ought to be extended for years and years and years. For me, that means permanent. We're going to keep trying to do that. So thank you, and thank you for leading on the issues that we're here to talk about today, because this is the moment that we are challenged in ways that we've never been challenged before. 5 months ago, Madam President, a violent mob stormed this floor. 5 months ago, trying to stop the peaceful transfer of power from one administration to the next. And they took us out of this room, and they took us to one of the Senate office buildings. And I was watching the televisions as I was there, and all I could think about was, what's the rest of the world thinking about when our Capitol is being stormed? By a violent mob of our own citizens. By a violent mob of our own citizens. And not just what our adversaries are thinking, not what is Russia thinking, what is China using with this footage, what are the Iranians going to do with this footage, but what are people like my mom and her parents, who were Polish Jews who survived the Holocaust, and after making it through one of the worst moments in human history, were able to rebuild their shattered lives in this country, in the United States of America. And to think about similarly situated people all over the planet for whom this is the greatest hope still, for freedom and for liberty, for democracy itself. That's what's at stake, at least as far as I'm concerned, in this debate. And I know the President understands this well, and I hope others understand this well, that even before January 6th, our democracy was under attack. It was under attack as a result of gerrymandering. It was under attack because of the way special interests control the agenda on this floor and down the hall. It was under attack because of voter suppression that nobody in the 21st century imagined we'd ever see in our country again. Not to mention the fact of Citizens United, which unleashed the floodgate of money of billionaires to control our political system. This is an effort to separate the American people from their exercise in self-government. It's an effort to destroy the American people's confidence in their exercise in self-government. And making it harder for people to vote is a huge piece of this puzzle. Now, this isn't the first time in our history that we've been confronted by this kind of stuff. I've said before, and it's absolutely true, that you go back to the founding of this country, it's a story of, on the one hand, the highest ideals that have ever been written down by human beings, and the worst instincts that have ever been conjured by human beings. In our case, that was enslaving other human beings. And our history is a story of that battle between those highest ideals and those worst instincts. And every single time, Americans have stepped up and they found a way to make our country more democratic, more fair, and more free. Small d democratic. And that's what we have to do again. That's our job now, because today, in ways that were unimaginable to me when I was in college, except when I read it in the history books, anti-democratic forces are stronger than any time since Jim Crow. And it's true. That's a fact. What I was reading about in the 1980s, about laws that had been fought against in the 1960s, they're back in 2020. If you think I'm exaggerating, here's some examples. In Georgia, bills to undermine nonpartisan election officials so that politicians can overturn outcomes they don't like. In Arizona, the same kind of thing, a partisan election audit. In Florida, a bill to restrict vote by mail. State legislators attempting to give themselves the power to toss out an election, as I said, that they don't like. These are laws all across the country. There are 250 or so of these laws that are being passed. And by the way, not a single one of those is being passed with a Democratic vote, a vote from a Democrat. In 250 legislatures. And you know what else doesn't exist in any one of those legislatures? The filibuster does not exist in any one of those legislatures. We need to stand up for our democracy. And that's why we need to pass the For the People Act. The bill includes common sense reforms that are broadly supported by the American people. We know these reforms work because they've worked in Colorado, where we've banned gerrymandering. We have automatic voter registration. We have early voting. We have vote by mail. We have increased election security. This is all nonpartisan. This is all common sense. This wasn't done by Democrats. It was done by Republicans and Democrats working together. What's the result? We have the second highest voter turnout rate in the country, 72%. I'm so sick and tired of saying that. I want us to be #1 so that I don't have to hear from Senator Klobuchar how Minnesota is #1. I come here and I have to say we're #2. That's not good enough. We need to be #1. But if we had this across the country, the agenda in Washington would look more like what the American people actually sent us here to do. So this isn't just about voting rights, although that's very, very important. It's not just about elections, that's very important. But we could finally probably create universal health care in this country, improve our schools, make sure that we had an economy that when it grew for everybody, not just the top 10%. We'd probably stop spending our time cutting taxes for the wealthiest Americans when our income inequality has never been higher. Although, now that I mention that, I realize because of the President's leadership and President Biden's leadership, we've actually already started to do that. Because we've cut taxes now for the vast majority of Americans because of the work that they've led. We could change the destiny of America. That's what we could do. And that's what this exercise in self-government is about. We can show that we can compete with the communist government in China and send a signal to people like my grandparents all across the world that American democracy is stronger than ever and that they should trust it, they can count on it, and maybe get a piece of it for themselves, that we remain a beacon of freedom and self-government, and that we remain committed not to our worst instincts, but to our highest ideals. I'd encourage my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to support this legislation. And with that, I thank my colleague from North Carolina for his indulgence, and Madam President, thank you very much for yours as well. I yield the floor.
Madam President.
Senator from North Carolina.
Well, welcome back, Madam President.
Thank
you. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to talk about the bill that we'll have before us in about an hour and a half. I have to stand here and rise in opposition to the For the People Act. I think you could appropriately title it the Fool the People Act. We're going to be voting on it later today, but it would dramatically alter election laws across our country. I've been in the Senate for 6.5 years, and this ranks up there as one of the worst bills that I've seen come before this body. I know my friends on the other side of the aisle like to talk about it as being essential for protecting democracy, but in the face of text that could be patently unconstitutional and taking away the rights of states to administer their elections, I find it hard to believe that it's anything but a motivated attempt to federalize the nation's election system. The For the People Act would achieve it through a number of, I think, overreaches. I'm only going to talk about a few. For one, voter ID. The For the People Act would essentially render null voter ID laws across this country. Instead of an ID, which most of us have, and virtually I think every citizen should have, you'd simply just sign an affidavit to say you are who you say you are. I've heard the Georgia law, for example, brought up as providing egregious limits or obstacles to proving who you say you are. In a hearing a month or so ago, we had an official from Georgia in a Judiciary Committee. I said, could you explain to me what the challenge is? So if somebody gets an absentee ballot, like you do in North Carolina, we have no excuse absentee balloting. We've had it for years. I've supported it. I've voted that way several times. We had people say that it was just an egregious imposition to note a 10 or 12 character driver's license or government ID number on the affidavit. That's all it is. You don't have to send a copy of it. You just simply have to write a number down. So if you have an ink pen, I guess you could argue if you don't have a writing instrument, then maybe that's an overreach or an imposition on a voter. I don't think it is. And even in the Georgia law that has been castigated by some of my friends on the other side of the aisle, they even provide for people who want to vote who may not have a government-issued ID, other documents that could be used in their place. We've talked about hundreds of bills that have been filed by Republican legislators without a single Democrat vote that are like the Georgia bill that I just described, which I think is arguably a fair bill. But most of these bills are things that Democrat and Republicans should be able to agree on. You should cleanse your voter rolls. You should make sure that people who have died, people who could be registered in one or more states, are cleared from the voter rolls just to prevent fraud and abuse, not necessarily perpetrated by any one party, but just because the data could be out of date. And you know, back on voter ID, I find it remarkable that we have a measure before us that we're going to be voting on today, a simple ID requirement that 80% of Americans just this week in a poll said they think is reasonable. Now, you have to also understand that we make accommodations if you don't have an ID. In North Carolina, we moved heaven and earth to make sure you need a government-issued ID, I believe, to be able to move through society, to get a hotel room, to get on an airplane. I had surgery a couple of months ago. I had to present an ID to get admitted into the hospital. I think we're disenfranchising people from the rest of society by not at least making sure that they can identify who they are. There's no argument. You can't get on a plane without an ID. You can't travel internationally without an ID. You can't get health care without an ID. But for some reason, to do something, to exercise our right and our privilege to vote, we think that we don't need an ID. Also worry about a provision in this bill that would allow nationwide ballot harvesting. There are only a couple of states that actually allow ballot harvesting. What does that mean? You have a worker coming up, going door to door, and encouraging somebody to vote. It may be somebody that doesn't want to vote, but now you're up there to capture their ballot and bring bunches of ballots to the polls. Ballot harvesting is legal in some states. I know California. It's not legal in our state. In fact, there was a Republican candidate who ultimately withdrew himself after winning a race after there were a couple of hundred ballots that were supposedly harvested. I don't think he knew about it, but there was a campaign operative that did it, and it cost him an election. And I'll tell you the one thing that I really do believe if the Founding Fathers were here in this chamber today, they would really be scratching their heads, and it's the idea of taxpayer-funded elections. Make no mistake about it, federal, state, and local dollars are used to make sure that we have election machines, that we have poll workers, that we have access, and we can always improve access to the polls. But in this bill, they're saying, and in people in North Carolina, if you were paying attention last year, my race was all in with me and my opponent, $296 million. There were a lot of ads on TV. I had my friends call me up screaming at the TV when they were mean to me, and I'm sure I had my opponent, who is a friend of mine, say the same thing. But now what we're going to do, if we were to pass this bill, is say Thom Tillis supporters are going to have money spent and direct it to my opponent to try and beat me, and vice versa. Millions and millions of dollars. And in states like North Carolina, not only North Carolina taxpayers, but taxpayers from across this country will see their taxpayer dollars come to North Carolina to influence an outcome in a campaign that could be 1,000 miles away. That is, I think, taking taxpayer dollars and then spending them on something that they are personally opposed to, offended by, is something that I don't think the Founding Fathers would have ever envisioned as being appropriate for this great nation. So, ladies and gentlemen, today at about 5:30, I think a little after, the For the People, or as I said, the Fool the People Act is going to be before us, and it's going to fail. We know it. Senator Schumer knows it. So why are we doing it? Are we doing it for messaging points? Are there some far left liberals that just want the vote on the floor, knowing full well it's not going to pass? Have we actually tried to do any work to figure out what role the federal government should play in actually improving election outcomes that ultimately need to be administered by the state? No, that hasn't happened. So today we're going to come on the floor. This measure is not going to move forward. And somebody maybe is fooling, I don't know, far left groups just to say we tried, but they didn't try. Because if they tried, they'd have reached across the other aisle and tried to figure out something that made sense that could pass with 60 votes. So, Mr. President, the For the People Act is far afield from what our Founding Fathers envisioned. Can we improve our election processes across this country? Yes. But I would prefer to have the 50 laboratories of democracy figure out how to improve it and have other states implement it, perhaps even other states in the Northeast that have far fewer voting days than we do in North Carolina. They could learn from that. Maybe we should create standards and incentives for that sort of stuff, but not a federal takeover of the elections in this country. And for that reason, I'll be opposing the For the People Act. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Ohio.
First, I thank my colleague from North Carolina for his thoughts, and we are on the cusp of a vote here on legislation that would dramatically change the way we conduct our elections in this country. As my colleague said, are all elections perfect? No. But I got to tell you, I'm really proud of what we do in Ohio. We make it easy to vote. We also make it hard to cheat, and that's the right balance. This bill, S1, is called the For the People Act, but what it actually does is it strips away control from people in Ohio and elsewhere to be able to write election laws in our own states and centralizes that control here in Washington, D.C. That's not consistent with the Constitution or the Federalist Papers. In addition, some of its proposed changes attempt to undermine the First Amendment rights that we hold so dear as Americans. I'm proud of the way we conduct our elections in Ohio, in part because we've got high turnout. In fact, we had record turnout last year, and that's great. And I don't want to leave it up to federal employees here in Washington, D.C. to determine how our system should work in Ohio, which is what this legislation would do. I mentioned the Constitution earlier. It gives the primary power over election administration to the states. It's very clear about that. It also says in Federalist 59, which is Alexander Hamilton, who was the guy most interested in these Federalist issues, he said, it is clear that the federal government should only get involved in very extraordinary situations. Last fall, 5.97 million Ohioans cast a vote. That's a record, as I said. And it represented 74% of eligible voters in Ohio. Despite that, and despite the challenges of running the largest election in our state's history during an unprecedented pandemic, we ran what was widely reported on the right, on the left, by the media, as a secure and successful election. In fact, I think the most successful election we've ever had. Our state-run, bipartisan county boards of election with 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans in each county were able to do that because they know what's best for Ohio, and they're held accountable. But this partisan bill claims Washington, D.C. somehow knows better. S1 strips the power from accountable, democratically elected state representatives in my state and around the country to determine congressional districts and hands that over to a federal panel, again, staffed by unelected, unaccountable third parties, and a computer program. Again, I think it should be something that is part of what elected representatives are held to account for, is how we draw our congressional districts. It mandates the controversial practice of ballot harvesting. I don't like ballot harvesting. I think it makes it easier for partisan operatives on both the right and the left to conduct outright voter fraud. It would force taxpayers to fund the political campaigns of candidates they don't support. It turns the Federal Election Commission into a tool of whichever party controls the White House. So instead of being even, it would actually be lopsided and be partisan. It seemingly contradicts the 26th Amendment by forcing states to let individuals register to vote as early as 16 years old. And then it could allow those 16 or 17-year-olds to vote by banning state voter ID laws. The vast majority of Americans support voter ID laws. It's a fact. Republicans, Democrats, and independents think you ought to have some sort of ID when you come to vote. But this bill bans that safeguard. I could list other serious flaws with the proposal, but the bottom line is that this legislation has been presented as a safeguard for democracy when it actually contains some radically undemocratic provisions. I'm in favor of state-level common sense efforts to increase voter confidence in our elections. We absolutely should do that. We need to protect democracy by ensuring, again, that people know it's easy to vote, it's accessible. That's good. We should all want that. But we should also make it hard to cheat and be sure we have security in our elections so people know they have trust in the system that their vote is going to count as it should. Again, that's what we do in Ohio. I don't think this legislation furthers those objectives. Instead, I think it would amount to a federal takeover of our election system, which has always been in the domain of the states. Our government is built on a carefully constructed framework of checks and balances, including between the branches of government. I cannot support legislation that would run so counter to what the framers of the Constitution intended, and the election system that works well in my home state of Ohio. I yield back.
Senator from Mississippi.
Mr. President, I too rise in opposition to S1 and urge a no vote. The bill that the Senate will be asked to consider today is a truly radical piece of legislation. It turns out, because of that, it's an unpopular piece of legislation. The kind of bill the Senate was created to help stop from becoming law. S1 seeks to transform the way we do elections in this country and to do so on a narrow partisan basis. Here's what Americans need to understand about this legislation. First, it would strip away the power of the states to run elections and hand it to the federal government, showing a complete lack of trust in local and state leadership. It would also spend millions of taxpayer dollars to help politicians run ads for their campaigns. Taxpayers would suddenly have to finance partisan messages they may strongly disagree with, raising serious First Amendment questions. S1 would nullify sensible voter ID laws across the country, including voter identification laws in predominantly Democrat states like Connecticut and Delaware. And the legislation would also give the federal government the right to draw congressional district lines, even though states have done this since the beginning of our republic. At its root, this bill is based on a myth. And I consider my words here, Mr. President. It's based on a lie. And that lie is that voting rights are somehow under attack in states like Georgia and Texas. This is utterly absurd, and I think the voters in those states understand that. The election reforms recently passed in Georgia, for example, have actually expanded access to the ballot box, making it easier to vote but also making it harder to cheat. The new Georgia law does this, among other things. It expands the window for early voting. The new Georgia law allows no excuse mail-in voting to continue. It adds 100 new ballot drop boxes. It allows voters to get a government-issued ID for free. And it increases transparency in elections. For example, making sure the ballot counting does not stop in the middle of the night, as we've seen in past elections. These reforms are entirely reasonable and widely popular across Americans, and were based on broad input from local stakeholders. My colleagues who are pushing S1 say they are trying to save democracy, but in fact, the bill would actually harm democracy. S1 would undermine the security of the ballot box, causing more and more Americans to question the outcome of our elections. We should be working to strengthen trust in democracy, not weaken it. Mr. President, the only thing bipartisan about this bill is the opposition to it. In my home state of Mississippi, every member of the House of Representatives, Democrat and Republican, voted against this legislation, including Democrat Representative Benny Thompson, a chairman of a committee in the House of Representatives, the chairman of the Democratic National Convention of 2020, who said he voted for it because it was opposed by his constituents. The ACLU has come out against S1, saying that some provisions unconstitutionally impinge on the free speech rights of American citizens and public interest organizations. Hardly a right-wing conspiracy group, the ACLU. The United States Chamber of Commerce, along with 300 other organizations, has said this legislation is fundamentally incompatible with the American tradition and the principles enshrined in our Constitution. And when you ask the public about the specific proposals in this bill, many Americans, conservative and liberal, Democrat, Republican, and independent, are outright opposed. According to a recent poll, 81% of people say they are concerned with allowing voters to vote without any form of photo ID. 83% they are concerned with ballot harvesting practices, this practice of having party operatives go door to door and pick up large numbers of ballots to turn them in. 68% of Democrats are opposed to so-called ballot harvesting. And 50% of people say they oppose taxpayer dollars being used to pay for political campaigns. This, again, cuts across party lines. So it is clear that S1 is not popular. It's squarely at odds with the views of the majority of the American people. Every senator who votes yes will need to prepare to explain to voters why they wanted to overturn state voter ID protections, allow ballot harvesting, force taxpayers to pay for political campaigns, and enact a partisan federal election commission. That's why S1 should be rejected this afternoon, and that's why it will be rejected. Thank you, Mr. President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Alabama.
Mr. President, today, this afternoon, I want to discuss my grave concerns with S1. Many have said that this political power grab is a solution in search of a problem. I agree with that. This bill contains, I believe, a number of alarming provisions that would have a devastating impact on our nation's electoral process. It would make our elections more chaotic and less secure. This legislation contains more than 800 pages of bad policies that I believe America does not need and does not want. I believe that the strength of our election system is its diversity, allowing each state to determine what's best for them. S1 would force a single partisan view of elections on more than 10,000, Mr. President, jurisdictions across the country. For example, state and local election administrators would be forced to change, one, how they register voters and which voting systems they use, how they handled early voting and absentee ballots, and how they maintain voter lists. It makes election fraud easier to commit and harder to detect by allowing unlimited ballot harvesting, undermining voter ID laws, and making it more difficult to maintain accurate voting lists. A recent university poll found that 80% of Americans support requiring a form of identification before a person can vote. Think about it, 80%. Remember now, presently, Americans are required to present a photo ID to do a number of things. We all do it every day. At the airport to board a commercial flight. In a hospital for any outpatient or inpatient procedure. At the pharmacy to purchase over-the-counter sinus medication and certain prescriptions. At the bank to open a bank account. Apply for a mortgage. Drive by or rent a car. Get married. Purchase a gun. Rent a hotel room. Donate blood. Obtain a passport, pick up packages at the U.S. Post Office. We all do this every day. This legislation would permanently tip the scales in favor of the Democrats by politicizing the Federal Election Commission, pouring federal tax dollars into campaigns, and chilling free speech. Do Americans really want their taxes going toward a federal campaign fund that would finance the expenses of all candidates running for Congress? S1 would reverse years of improvements that have been made in many states, improvements that protect security, integrity, and the credibility of our elections. Each state, I believe, should be left with the freedom and flexibility to administer their own respective elections without interference from the federal government. S1 mandates ballot drop boxes, which increase the risk of fraud by allowing people other than the voter, to drop off marked ballots outside of the view of election officials. As I mentioned before, this bill provides government funding for campaigns. $6 of federal funding for every $1 raised from small donors. My gosh, it'd be a windfall for a lot of incumbents. This essentially forces Americans to fund candidates they don't agree with and support attack ads against those that they do agree with. It federalizes redistricting, putting in place one set of federal rules for withdrawing congressional districts, something that has traditionally been a role for each state. Lastly, Mr. President, S1 requires states to give felons the right to vote since they're out of prison. While this is a bad bill all around, I believe that these are some of the top worst provisions and the provisions the American people oppose the most. One, gutting state voter ID laws again. Two, spending taxpayer dollars on political campaigns. Three, allowing unlimited ballot harvesting. And four, turning the Federal Election Commission into a partisan operation. So, just to name those, among others, is a reason to vote against this bill. I think the American people do not want this, and they do not deserve to be the recipients of such harmful policy. I do not support this bill, and I trust that a majority of the Senate will not vote accordingly. Thank you.
President.
Senator from Maine.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the right to vote is the hallmark of a democracy. It is what distinguishes us from authoritarian regimes where elections are tainted if they are held at all, where the free and fair elections that define America do not exist. President Abraham Lincoln once said, Elections belong to the people. Voting is an action we choose to take to exercise a fundamental freedom our Constitution grants to the people. So when we hear of a bill entitled For the People, we naturally would assume at first that it must be enhancing our democracy. But a closer examination suggests otherwise. In fact, S1 would take away the rights of people in each of the 50 states to determine which election rules work best for their citizens. Let's start with some indisputable facts. This legislation was first introduced in 2019, prior to last year's presidential election. It was not considered in the Senate. It did not become law. Nevertheless, according to the Census Bureau, the 2020 elections saw the highest voter turnout in the 21st century. Equally significant, Asian Americans and Hispanic Americans voted in record high percentages, and there was higher turnout across all racial groups, including Black Americans, than in 2016. The Census Bureau, Mr. President, also asked eligible non-voting Americans why they didn't vote in 2020. The majority of respondents said that they were not interested, didn't like any of the candidates, were too busy, or simply forgot. The point is, with the record high turnout in 2020, it is very difficult to make the case that this bill is necessary, as some have said, to save our democracy. This is a bill that was introduced to enhance partisan messaging, not to enhance participation in our elections, as the over-the-top rhetoric about this bill highlights. Consider, for example, the debate over Georgia's new election law. In many ways, Georgia's election law actually makes it easier for citizens to vote than in other states that have not been subject to the same backlash. Georgia allows no-excuse absentee ballots. Delaware, New York, Massachusetts, and Connecticut do not. Georgia's new law provides a minimum of 17 in-person early voting days. Delaware, New Jersey, and Connecticut had no in-person early voting days at all in 2020. Although New Jersey enacted a new law to allow early voting earlier this year to great fanfare, it actually has 8 fewer early voting days than Georgia. Despite having these and many other different election rules, Delaware, Connecticut, and Georgia had very similar levels of Black voter turnout in the 2020 election. Massachusetts, by contrast, had just more than half the Black voter turnout of Georgia. This information contradicts the underlying premise in S1 that we must overturn the law of every state in our nation in order to preserve the right to vote. This legislation would force numerous changes to laws in states that have been successfully conducting elections for a very long time. Let me use the state of Maine as an example, a state that consistently ranks at or near the top of the nation in voter participation, I am pleased to report. Mr. President, Maine does not have early voting. Maine does not allow ballot harvesting. Maine does not count absentee ballots that arrive after the polls close on election night. Maine does not allow voters to receive absentee ballots automatically without requesting them. Yet in 2020, 71% of Mainers cast a ballot. That's 4.5 percentage points above the national average. These results further demonstrate that absent a compelling need, the federal government should not be preempting the election laws of all 50 states. Now let's examine the burdensome list of federal mandates that advocates of this bill would impose on each and every state. Allow me to highlight just a few of the significant flaws. The bill would require states to allow ballot harvesting, where third parties, usually political operatives, collect ballots from voters. This raises obvious and significant concerns about voter intimidation, coercion, and ballot security. The bill would prohibit voter ID, overturning existing law in 35 states. It would require that absentee ballots be accepted up to 7 days after the election, which could lead to chaos and distrust, particularly in close races. The bill would transform the Federal Election Commission into a partisan entity, which would jettison the requirement for bipartisan agreement on significant issues and lead to partisan enforcement. Another problem with this bill is that it would allocate billions of federal dollars to congressional campaigns, forcing Americans to subsidize the campaigns of politicians with whom they vigorously disagree or simply dislike. Even very wealthy office holders would be eligible for public financing. Do we really need more money in political campaigns when federal funds could be used to combat the opioid epidemic, or to reduce hunger among children, or to spur economic development and the creation of more jobs? Now, Mr. President, there are, of course, times when it's compelling and appropriate for Congress to intervene. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 is an excellent example. It was passed at a time when many Americans, particularly Black Americans, faced overwhelming barriers designed to prevent them from voting. Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act is still in effect today. It prohibits voting practices and procedures that are discriminatory. It also allows the Department of Justice to sue any state or local government to enforce this provision. Certainly, there are improvements that can be made in our election laws. For example, I support efforts to disclose dark money in campaigns. I support mandatory reporting to the FBI if a foreign government contacts a political campaign with an offer of assistance. And I have worked with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to provide generous grants to states so that they could better secure their voting infrastructure against cyber threats and foreign intrusions. Unfortunately, S1 is not legislation that could ever form the basis of a reasonable bipartisan elections reform bill. And it is far more likely to sow more distrust in our elections than to ease the partisan divisions in our country. For the reasons that I have discussed, I shall cast my vote against this flawed bill. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator from Washington.
Mr. President, I come to the floor this afternoon to actually urge my colleagues to support this important legislation, and I listened to my colleague from Maine on her remarks, and I take her at her word. Any chance to work on these election issues in the future, I guarantee you we're all ears. I say that because I come from the state of Washington, and we have a very high election turnout. Excuse me. We have a very high election turnout rate because we have a vote-by-mail system that's been developed over a long period of time. My colleague knew my predecessor, Slade Gorton, who was a three-term senator. In the 2000 election, I won by 2,229 votes. And I'm forever grateful to Senator Gorton for having faith in that election that included provisional ballots and signatures and all sorts of things that people really understood. I think that's the principle here. Our election in the state of Washington is based on your signature. That's the way it is now when you vote in person, and it is the way it is when you vote by mail. So our system has a lot of security in it, and this legislation that's before us today is to make sure that these rights, these civil liberties, and constitutional rights of individuals are upheld throughout the United States of America. Now, I understand some of my colleagues may not like the ethics reform or campaign finance reform in the underlying bill. I support them. But at the heart of this debate is whether we're going to fight to make sure that the federal government does its job on constitutional rights. I feel like there's a little bit of hiding going on this discussion about whether we have a role, that this is somehow left up to the states, which reminds me when Rosa Parks was sitting on a bus, we didn't say it's just up to those individual states, or when people were denied equal accommodations at hotels, we didn't say it was just up to those states, and we certainly didn't say when people used police dogs trying to intimidate women to vote in the 1960s that it was just up to those states. No, we did something about it. We passed the 1964 Civil Rights Act and the 1965 Voting Rights Act. We did that because intimidation was happening, and we needed to correct for it. So I hope that our colleagues will think about this issue, because to me it's the same debate we're having on criminal justice reform. So many people on the other side of the aisle said, you know what, this is up to local police departments, and it's just up to the local governments, and that's all there is to it. No, that is not all there is to this. This is about whether we do our job in upholding these constitutional rights when certain states don't do that. And so these American voting rights are guaranteed by our Constitution. The 15th Amendment provides that voting rights cannot be abridged on the count of race, color, or previous condition of servitude. The 19th Amendment, which turned 100 years old last year, provides the voting rights cannot be denied on account of sex. The 26th Amendment provides that Americans 18 years of age or older cannot be denied the right to vote on account of age. Generations of Americans fought for these rights over many decades, and they didn't come easy to us as a nation. And nor should we overlook now these issues as we think that these rights, these constitutional obligations that we should be fighting for and should uphold are facing challenges at the local level. I know that my colleagues say that these are state rights to hold these elections. In fact, Article 1, Section 4 of the Constitution empowers Congress to make or alter rules for federal elections. The U.S. Supreme Court has repeatedly upheld this authority as broad and comprehensive. The U.S. Supreme Court has held that the Election Clause of the Constitution gives Congress the authority to, quote, override state laws to regulate federal elections. Now, this was in a pretty famous case in 2015, the majority opinion in the Arizona State Legislature versus the Arizona Independent Redistricting Commission. Justice Ginsburg wrote, quote, the dominant purpose of the Elections Clause, the historical record bears out, was to empower Congress to override state election rules. The clause was also intended to act as a safeguard against manipulation of electoral rules by politicians and factions in the states to entrench themselves or place their interests over those of the electorate, end quote. So these issues are very clear. It is calling on us to make sure that we uphold those constitutional rights. But according to the Brennan Center for Justice at New York University School of Law, at least 14 states, from Georgia, Florida, Oklahoma, and many others, have enacted voting rights since the 2020 election to restrict individuals. My colleagues have been out here talking about some of those restrictions. And I think those that are place undue burdens on individuals are something that we should be addressing. Yes, states have been at a different pace in allowing vote by mail or identification as it relates to the vote by mail system, but we should be empowering people. We should say that we want to empower more people to vote under a system that is fair and gives them those opportunities to do so. So there are at least 64 bills restricting voting rights moving through 18 state legislatures, and I think that we should making sure here that we have clarity on what will help us continue to empower the public to cast their vote. This comprehensive bill also authorizes $1.7 billion in new federal grants to help secure the security of our voting system. Again, I like our vote-by-mail system in Washington State. It's based on my signature to the ballot that is checked at the ballot. I can tell you in the last election, because of the ruses and various things that went on, I think 13 different people said that they voted for me, but they didn't, and the election system caught that. They knew that it wasn't me, and they checked the signature on the ballot, and they knew that it was me. So even though this system has had people who are trying to cause distrust and discourse about whether we have the right system, is working. And the more we empower people, the better our democracy. So this legislation requires the Director of National Intelligence to report on threats to election infrastructure, including cyber threats, and requires the President to develop and implement a national strategy for protecting U.S. domestic institutions. I know that these are things that we should be updating, and the reason I say that because we've had throughout our history, following the Civil War and Reconstruction, there were localities that used discriminatory tactics like poll taxes and literacy tests to keep African Americans from voting. The black community endured this, in both this kind of intimidation. And in the years followed, Americans have protested and marched for these voting rights. And out of this struggle, Congress passed and President Johnson signed the Voting Rights Act of the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and the Voting Rights Act to make sure that we kept these promises of our Constitution. So the federal government has had to intervene, and we have done so, and I'm glad that we did. So I hope that we will continue to say that these provisions that are so important to guaranteeing the right to franchise for Americans are there, and that they are continuing to be modernized. I hope that what we'll do today is the start of an effort to focus on this. I take my colleague at her word. I'm sure she is sincere about wanting to vote to help do something on election and our democracy. We need to start that process today. We need to move forward, and we need to address these issues. We can't live in a world that allowed us to move forward on a very close election in Washington State. That wasn't the only one we had. We had another one, I think, that was decided by probably, a few hundred votes. And were there issues? Yes. And guess what? The system resolved it. The system found any mistakes. I keep mentioning, a gentleman who basically, when it got down to somebody thought this was a governor's race, it was going to get down to 10 or 15 votes, basically decided to say that he had voted for his wife who had passed away and admitted, because he knew in the end that they were going to find out. And he thought it was better to come forth and say, I made a mistake. She'd already passed. I sent in her ballot. It wasn't something I should have done. And we have a system that can work based on our signatures. It can and does today. When you go in to vote in person, you sign your name, and that's the signature, and that is the security of the system. And it has allowed us to trace and find and now expand to vote by mail. And it's time for us to say, let's not make voting harder in the United States of America through a system that basically disenfranchises people, but make a system in the United States of America that is about giving people these opportunities so that people can feel this enthusiasm that we see when we successfully pull this off. And what we need to be doing here is to show states that an 83% turnout in the state of Washington is a great victory. A high turnout is a great participatory system, and that's what we should be striving for with these reforms that are about security and about our constitutional rights. I hope our colleagues will support them. Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the following senators be permitted to speak prior to the scheduled vote. Blunt for up to 15 minutes, Merkley for up to 15 minutes, Klobuchar for 10 minutes, and Senator Schumer for 5 minutes.
Without objection.
Mr. President.
The senator from Missouri.
Mr. President, when I look at this substitute, I'm reminded of the adage, the new boss is the same as the old boss. In this case, the new bill is the same as the old bill. It's got a different number, but it still maintains the same flawed policies that S1 maintained. Now, obviously, the majority would like to pass this bill, or they wouldn't have labeled it their most important piece of legislation for this Congress. The House of Representatives labeled the same bill, H.R. 1, their most important piece of legislation for this Congress. The changes basically give election officials more time to implement policies that I don't think we need, and I think the changes don't make the bill less bad. In fact, what the bill does is it creates a new boss for elections, but the new boss is the federal government. It's not about voting rights. It doesn't add any group or any individuals to the group of people who can vote, the kind of things that Congress has done in the past, starting in the first century of the country and moving on till today. It's frankly a politically motivated federal takeover of the election systems that would make, in my opinion, elections more chaotic, less secure, less nimble in their ability to deal with individual circumstances that occur on Election Day. The strength of the election system, Mr. President, is the diversity of the election system. This is what President Obama thought in 2016. He may not still believe that, but I still believe it. S1 would force a single partisan view of elections on more than 10,000 voting jurisdictions across the country, taking control away from states, taking control away from local officials, and frankly, they're the closest people to the voters, and instead giving it people in a faraway national capital without the same
sense of importance of people believing that what happened on Election Day at your precinct is what the voters intended to have happen that day, and that the people who were voting were the people who were legally able to vote, not people who may have voted somewhere else, not people who may no longer live in the jurisdiction that they're voting in and no longer qualified to vote for that county official or that state representative or whoever, but people who are legally able to vote. I think this makes fraud easier to commit and frankly harder to detect. What we should be doing is making it easier to vote and harder to cheat. I think what we're doing here is making it easier to cheat and harder to find out. We allow, in this bill, if it was the law, unlimited ballot harvesting. This is where anybody can go around and collect ballots and theoretically be sure that they get to the election authority, but who knows? Who knows what ballot got lost in the mail and what ballot never got in the mail? You know, one of the things the ballot harvester would develop a pretty good sense of is how the person voted whose ballot they were harvesting. This bill undermines popular voter ID laws that more than half of the states have implemented, makes it more difficult to maintain accurate voter lists. It permanently tips the scales in favor of our friends on the other side by politicizing the Federal Election Commission, a commission that was established just like our Ethics Commission, Mr. President, in the Senate, with an equal number of one party and no imbalance. This politicizes the Federal Election Commission. It makes it a partisan agency, not a bipartisan policing agency. It pours federal funds into campaigns, and it chills free speech. Bad policy, I think, Mr. President, in search of a problem. Now, Democrats have said this is necessary to increase voting rights, particularly for minorities, but the overall turnout in the year 2000 was about 2/3 of all the voters, the highest percentage of voters that participated in over a century. So what we have here is an election that had the highest level of participation in over a century. Most states had their highest voter turnout in 40 years, and we decide we need to change the system. S1 isn't just about bad policy, it's about what Democrats have seen as a political imperative. Now, frankly, this has been the bill that Democrats have offered for about the last 20 years. It varies a little bit from time to time, but about 20 years ago, and maybe before that, I was a chief election official in our state at that time. I don't remember Democrats offering this before 20 years ago, but starting about 2 decades ago, every couple of years, and certainly every time Democrats get a majority in the House, they pass this bill or one almost exactly like it. When asked about what it would take to maintain the current majority in the House, Speaker Pelosi said, well, we'd be better if we could pass H.R. 1 and S1. That sounds like she thinks there is a political advantage there, and I respect the Speaker's political judgment and always have respected Speaker Pelosi's political judgment. Her judgment would be that this would be better for Democrats than not changing the current election law. S1 is really full of unnecessary, and as it turns out, unpopular provisions. You know, under the label, would you like to vote for a bill that would secure democracy? Well, of course, who wouldn't want to be for securing democracy? Fortunately, this bill has been around long enough that people have begun to understand what's in it. Same list that's been out there before. This bill would render state voter ID laws meaningless by requiring states to allow affidavits in lieu of identification. In other words, you say who you are at the polling place. Well, anybody who's going to try to cast a ballot at the polling place they shouldn't cast, probably also likely to be willing to say that they're qualified to vote at that election. In a recent poll, a poll that came out this week, 80% of Americans supported voter ID laws. Another poll just a couple of weeks ago, national support for voter photo ID was 75%. That included 69% of black voters and 60% of Democrats. So we've got a principled position of this bill that 80% of all voters, at least 75% of all voters, and 60% of Democrats are for, but this bill changes that law that makes sense to almost everybody. This bill requires that unlimited ballot harvesting that I talked about just a minute ago. Now, Mr. President, rather, the only time I recall a congressional discussion recently about ballot harvesting was last year when the House of Representatives refused to seat a Republican elected member because that campaign had used ballot harvesting. Now we have a law that requires every state not to prohibit ballot harvesting, and the risk of fraud, the risk of every ballot not getting to the place ballots need to be certainly increases when you hand them to a ballot harvester, usually somebody paid by a campaign or a party to go around and collect ballots, and someone whose motivation to get those ballots all turned in may not be everything you'd want it to be. 62% of respondents in one poll said ballot harvesting should be illegal. Another provision in this bill that clearly is not a popular provision if people begin to look at it. Now again, voting to protect democracy, sure, that's popular, but the way this bill does it, when people look at it, it's not popular. The bill requires states to give felons the right to vote in federal elections when they're out of prison. Some states do that, some states don't. Of course, if this bill passed, every state would have the choice of going ahead and doing that or having two sets of voter rolls, one for federal elections and another one for non-federal elections. That, of course, makes no sense at all, and what this bill anticipates is that no matter what states wanted to do, this is provision that they'd have to adopt. There's another way to get that done. Go to state legislatures and explain the value of having that change if that change needs to be made. This bill restricts the ability of states to maintain accurate voter rolls. Many states with Democrat governors and Democrat secretaries of state and Democrat legislatures have worked hard to see that they had a system in place to where you would periodically check and see if the people who are registered to vote are still where they registered to vote from. Our state, I think a lot of states, if you move to another county and register to vote there, you're supposed to say as part of that process who you could notify to get you off the voter rolls, but there's no requirement that that has to happen. And a periodic check of the voter rolls was seen not too long ago as a huge protection of democracy. This makes it much harder to do, but a 2018 poll found that 77% of Americans supported this kind of voter roll maintenance. Frankly, it'd be pretty hard to come up with a bill that had so many major tenets that were so out of step with what people think the government ought to do and what they want their state government to do, and in most cases where state governments are doing this. This bill provides government funding for campaigns, $6 of federal money for every dollar raised in small donors. Now, small donors is under $200. Frankly, if you were doing this, Mr. President, there'd be the current members of the Senate under this bill could receive up to collectively $1.8 billion from the federal government to run their campaigns, to attack their challenger or whatever they want to do with their campaign money. $1.8 billion to do that. Pretty easy to qualify for this money. We saw people raise money in the first quarter of this year that would have qualified, in the case of our friend, the senator from Texas, Senator Cruz, somewhere between $25 and $30 million would go to his campaign. Now, we had a markup on this bill in the Rules Committee. Not a single member of the Rules Committee, Democrat or Republican, including Senator Cruz, thought Senator Cruz should get $24 or $25 million from the federal government for his campaign. The bill creates a partisan Federal Elections Commission. It gets rid of that bipartisan makeup that's been there from the very start. This bill chills free speech in that it creates a disclosure document that makes it really people reluctant to give money to other groups that aren't candidates who'd like to talk about elections, and it federalizes redistricting. S1 would put in place one set of federal rules for redrawing congressional districts that have always been the role of the states. If a state wants to give that out to somebody besides the legislature, they can do that, and many states have done that. But states have been the constitutional designated place to determine how they draw congressional maps in their own state. And even if a state manages to comply with all these requirements, under this bill, the Justice Department would have to be involved. Under this bill, the court of jurisdiction in all cases on redistricting would be the federal court in Washington, D.C., not the federal court in the circuit that Missouri's in, you wouldn't even start at the district court in Kansas City or St. Louis. The federal court in Washington, D.C. would be the place you'd go. But of course, the purpose of the bill is to bring all these election decisions to one place. The idea that the best decisions are always made in Washington, D.C. on all topics is an idea that most Americans don't agree with. There are things they think we can do and should do and can only do because they can't do them any other way, like defend the country and set big national priorities. But for well over 200 years now, local election officials responsible for the sense of credibility of what happens on Election Day have done this job. I think they've done it well. This bill would require states to take burdensome actions and make expensive changes in their election system. Even if the states have already adopted some of the so-called reforms, they, in all likelihood, have to make changes in their system to comply. So the federal takeover elections shouldn't happen. I urge my colleagues not to support it happening. The American people don't want to see the things imposed on our election system that are in this bill, and I urge my colleagues to vote against this harmful legislation. And I would yield back.
Madam President.
The senator from Oregon.
Madam President, every day that I have the honor of coming to work in the hallowed halls of this building, a symbol to the country and to the world of America's commitment to liberty and to justice, freedom and democracy, I'm humbled. I'm humbled by the faith and responsibility that the people of Oregon have placed in me to advocate on their behalf. I'm humbled by the responsibility to exercise the power of this office, to use the opportunity to lift up all Americans, to create a foundation for families to thrive, to tackle significant challenges like human rights and global warming. But among all these responsibilities, one is the highest, which is to defend our constitutional republic. And in that Constitution, the single most important power given to every American is the right to a voice and a vote in the decisions of this government and the direction of our nation. As we saw all too clearly on January 6th, when this very building was attacked by a mob intent on burning the ballots of millions of Americans, democracy based on free and fair elections is far from guaranteed. Each generation Each new set of senators and House members has the responsibility to defend it anew. The sad truth, however, is that a violent mob storming the Capitol isn't the only way to attack our democracy. It can also be attacked by the quiet plotting of powerful and privileged individuals who hate the concept of government of, by, and for the people. And they work to undermine and corrupt the workings of our republic to produce instead government by and for the powerful. In his inaugural address, our second president, John Adams, remarked that we should be unfaithful to ourselves if we should ever lose sight of the danger to our liberties, if anything partial or extraneous should infect the purity of our free, fair, virtuous, and independent elections. Well, my friends, our democracy, our elections are being infected. Our elections are under siege from gerrymandering, which destroys the principle of equal representation. Our system is under siege from dark money, enabling billionaires and powerful corporations to buy our elections. It is under siege by state laws being passed week to week right now that target specific communities to prevent them from voting, thereby manipulating the outcome of elections. Indeed, in at least 22 laws have been enacted in 14 states since January to infect our free and fair elections, to deliberately erect barriers meant to make it harder for targeted groups of Americans to vote, to silence their voices of students and low-income Americans, of Native Americans and seniors, of Black and brown Americans, who have fought too long and too hard to have their voice and their vote stolen from them, ripped from them now. We have a responsibility as United States senators to ensure every American's freedom to vote, just as this institution sought to do more than half a century ago, when in this chamber we passed the 1965 Voting Rights Act. We have a responsibility to ensure that every American's voice is heard and that our elections reflect the will of the people. We can fulfill that responsibility by enacting national standards for voting to ensure that every American can have a say in the key decisions impacting their daily lives, a say expressed through the ballot box. That ballot box is the beating heart of our republic, and those who seek to erect barriers to citizens having access to it are committing a crime against our democracy. We have to stop that criminal action against the rights of Americans. We must create those national standards by taking up this bill, the For the People bill, debating it, and ultimately passing it to defend our Constitution. The For the People Act is comprehensive. It does popular, common sense things to put the American people back in charge of their government and their country. It sets national standards so every American has equal freedom to vote no matter where they live. In this country, if you are an American, you have the right to vote, plain and simple, full stop. It doesn't matter what your zip code is, or your income, or the color of your skin, or your religious beliefs. You have the right to vote. Many of the state laws restricting voting are designed to eliminate early voting in person or by mail, and we know exactly why. It is because the leaders in these states know how easy it is to manipulate the vote on Election Day. In these targeted communities, the state's leaders want to be able to decrease the number of polling places, reduce the hours, change the locations, put polling places in locations with limited parking, put out false information about the date of the election, and purge targeted voters from the roll of registered voters, knowing that when they show up on Election Day, it's too late to correct the error and be able to exercise their right to vote. The antidote to these horrendous, racist attacks on the freedom and right of every American to vote is early voting in person and by mail. And this act guarantees 15 days of early voting. It sets forth the opportunity to acquire an absentee ballot, to return the ballot by mail or through dedicated drop boxes. The second big goal in national standards set forth in For the People Act is to stop billionaires from buying elections. Elections in America are intended to reflect the will of the people, not the will of the powerful and privileged. Thomas Jefferson once described this as the mother principle, saying that governments are Republican only in proportion to how they embody the will of the people. If the mega wealthy can flood our campaigns with billions of dollars sent through shell companies, untraceable money, and manipulate the outcome of the elections, then Jefferson's mother principle is murdered, because the outcome serves the powerful, not the people. The For the People Act says that people should have an equal chance of being heard, and that the people listening ought to know who's actually behind those voices and those messages. It does that by creating an honest ads policy, so political ads people see online have to disclose who's paying for them. And it does that by requiring the disclosure of mega donors contributing to political campaigns. Now, if you or I give a modest donation to a campaign, that campaign has to disclose who we are. Shouldn't the same thing that's true for an average American be true for the mega donors? This standard sets that equal standard. Third, the national standards set forth in this bill restore equal representation by ending gerrymandering, the process by which we draw congressional districts to favor one party over another, and by doing so, attack the sacred principle of equal representation. This creates a lot of bias in the House of Representatives down the hall. Take Michigan. In 2012, 14, and 16, the majority of Michiganders voted for one party at every level of government, but because of gerrymandering, the other party held a decisive advantage in the State House, in the State Senate, and in the Congressional House delegation. The For the People Act defends, restores the principle of equal representation. It does it by creating independent redistricting commissions, made up equally of Democrats, Republicans, and independents. That means candidates running for office actually have to use the power of their ideas, the persuasion of their personality, not a rigged system to hold power. Finally, the standards in this bill target corruption by addressing and eliminating conflicts of interest. Public servants should serve the public, not themselves. That includes members of Congress, the administration, and for the first time ever, the Supreme Court. This bill does that by striking down outrageous and corrupt conflicts of interest, strengthening divestment requirements, saying the president and vice president have to use a blind trust or limit their personal holdings to assets that don't pose a potential conflict of interest. It slows the revolving door between public service and K Street. It requires cabinet secretaries to recuse themselves from any issues in which a previous employer or client has a financial interest. The bill requires candidates for vice president or president to disclose their tax returns to prevent hidden conflicts of interest. Creates a code of ethics for the Supreme Court, something all other federal judges already have. None of these four principles is about helping one political party over the other. In fact, the provisions I've just laid out are wildly popular among the American people. An overwhelming supermajority of Democrats, Republicans, and independents support these four principles. It's as bipartisan as you can get. Even when it's broken into its specific provisions, 3 out of 4 Americans, Democrats, Republicans, independents, say they support these reforms because they believe in the vision of government of, by, and for the people. It's in our DNA. Americans believe that dark money should not be able to flood our elections. They believe billionaires and corporations should not be able to buy elections. They believe our nation is ill-served by corrupt conflicts of interest. They believe in the vision and ideals of our We the People Republic. And this bill is meant to do just one thing: make real the promise of democracy for all Americans. But powerful special interests don't want that. It threatens their hold on power by ending the ways they've rigged the system. And so they're all about striking down this bill. Why is that? We hear how Republican leaders say that they like this rigged system. Apparently, they like dark money in campaigns helping to buy elections. Apparently, they like targeting groups of individuals to prevent them from voting, taking us back to the racist efforts that existed before 1965 Voting Rights Act. Apparently, they like gerrymandering, thinking it's a source of political power down the hall, which political scientists say it is. But should it be principle or power that we fight for here? It should be the principle and the oath of office we took to uphold the Constitution. Standing before a crowd on a November afternoon to dedicate the Soldiers' National Cemetery at Gettysburg, 4 months after that momentous battle, President Lincoln remarked that they were gathered together to not only dedicate it to the men who had fallen in battle, but to the ideal for which they gave their lives, that government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth. Today, it is our responsibility to carry that ideal forward and to ensure that government by the people, of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the United States of America. We in this chamber must pass the For the People Act. Thank you. I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President.
Without objection.
Madam President, are we in a
Senator
quorum
Phillips.
call?
We are.
I ask that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Madam President, I come to the floor to speak in support of proceeding to debate legislation that is critical to our democracy. Legislation that is based on two simple ideas: that Americans must be able to freely choose their elected officials, and that government must be accountable to the people, not to those with the most money. These are not Democratic or Republican ideas. They are core American ideas. But for too long, these rights have been under attack, which is why we need the critical democracy reforms in the For the People Act. I'm honored to be leading this legislation with Senators Merkley and Schumer, and to have worked with my colleagues as chair of the Rules Committee, worked with my colleagues in the House and civil rights and democracy reform groups, and you, Madam President, to bring this bill forward today. The freedom to vote is fundamental to all of our freedoms. It is how Americans control their government and hold elected officials accountable. It is the bedrock of our government. It is the founding principle of our country and has stood the test of wars, of economic strife, and yes, a global pandemic. But protecting this right has not always been easy. Throughout our country's 245-year history, we've had to course correct and take action to ensure that democracy is for the people and by the people, and that it has lived up to our ideals. At the beginning of this year, we were reminded on January 6th that it is up to us to protect against threats to our democracy, to ensure that it succeeds. I still remember that moment, 3:30 in the morning, when Senator Blunt and I, and yes, Vice President Pence, walked from this chamber with the two young women with the mahogany box full of the last ballots to get over to the House to finish our jobs, so that you, Madam President, were declared the Vice President and President Biden was declared the President. That's upholding our democracy. That's doing it together, Democrats and Republicans doing our job. And what this bill is about to me, this bill is about carrying on that torch to protect our democracy. Today, the vote to begin debate on this legislation will likely get the support of all 50 Democrats. Senator Manchin, along with the rest of our caucus, has made clear to the country that standing up for the right to vote is bigger than any one person or thing. It's about us. It's about us as Americans. I deeply appreciate the work he has put into the proposal he's putting forward today, and I look forward to continuing our discussions with him. He is doing this in good faith. There are many good things in that proposal, and today we are here together to reaffirm we will not give up this fight. It is just beginning. The 2020 election showed that you can make it safer to vote while giving voters the options that work for them. If it's vote by mail, I see my colleague Senator Smith here. Minnesota is so proud of our same-day registration. That's worked for us. It's made us #1 in voter turnout in the country time and time and time again. Many states during the pandemic took steps exactly like that, extending options for voters like safe vote by mail. And now 34 states have no excuse, vote by mail. 34 states. The result? More than nearly 160 million Americans voted, more than ever before, and in the middle of a pandemic. I still remember those voters in the primary in Wisconsin standing in makeshift garbage bags with makeshift masks over their face in the middle of a rainstorm, in the middle of a pandemic, standing in line to vote. And in an election that the Trump Department of Homeland Security declared the most secure in our history, the American people elected, yes, President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris. But in the wake of that historic election, there has been a pervasive, coordinated, and overwhelming effort to undermine the freedom to vote in future elections, with over 400 bills introduced in legislators across the country. 22 laws to restrict voting have been enacted in 14 states, and 31 more bills to roll back the right to vote have passed at least one chamber of a state legislature. As Reverend Warnock put it in this chamber in his maiden speech as senator, some people don't want some people to vote. That is what's going on here. The new law in Georgia makes it harder to request mail-in ballots, drastically limits ballot drop boxes, and makes it a crime to hand water and food to voters waiting in line to cast their ballots, when in previous elections, Georgians have stood in line for up to 10 hours to vote. One of the new Montana laws ended same-day registration on Election Day after it had been in practice in the state for 15 years, with Senator Tester joining me in trying to bring this practice across when we introduced that bill across this nation. In the weeks ahead, similar bills are expected to pass in even more states, including Texas, where the governor has promised to call the legislature into special session to pass a bill to restrict voting that was blocked at the end of regular session, thanks to the heroic efforts of Democrats in the Texas state legislature that blessed us with their presence just last week. These are not empty threats. They are real efforts to disenfranchise regular Americans from voting. Senior citizens, people with disabilities, people that can't stand in line for 10 hours just to wait to vote. In the face of these efforts to roll back voting rights in so many states, the For the People Act is about setting basic national standards to make sure that all voters in this country can vote legally in the way that works for them, regardless of what zip code they live in, regardless of if they live in a big city or in a suburb or out in a small town in western Minnesota. It is about reducing the power of big money in our elections by ending secret spending by billionaires and special interests. And it is about making anti-corruption reforms to ensure politicians work for the people, not for themselves. Republicans have said that this bill is designed to provide a political advantage. But as former Republican commissioner of the Federal Election Commissioner, that chair under George Bush, Trevor Potter, has said in explaining his support for this bill, and he appeared as a witness in my hearing for this bill, he said, this bill does not give power to any particular party over another. It gives power back to the voters. And giving power back to the voters is exactly what we need. There is an amplified attack on the right to vote this year, but we've seen serious efforts to restrict voting rights since the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act 8 years ago. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 that marked the cornerstone achievement for the civil rights movement and became the law because of the tireless work of people like John Lewis, who put their lives on the line to secure voting rights. 56 years later, we are still fighting that battle. At the same time, we haven't had meaningful campaign finance or ethics reform. Our democracy desperately needs the proposals in this bill. And guess what? The American people agree. Yeah, this bill is bipartisan, except right here in this place. It's bipartisan because one poll released recently found that 78% of Americans, including 63% of Republicans, support making early in-person voting available for at least 2 weeks before Election Day. That's a proposal in our original For the People. It is in the manager's amendment that we're voting on cloture on, and it is in Senator Manchin's proposal. Another poll found that 83% of likely voters support public disclosure of contributions to groups involved in elections. Also, the Disclose Act in all three proposals. And yet some of my Republican colleagues want to limit disclosures. By the way, disclosures were championed by Justice Scalia. And yet, what happened? In our committee hearing on this, our markup, Republicans filed amendment after amendment to gut those provisions of the bill. So while they may claim, my friends on the other side of the aisle, that this isn't popular, it is just not true. They claim it's not bipartisan. It is just not true. The bill contains 9 bipartisan bills, including the Honest Ads Act, which I first introduced with Senator John McCain and Senator Warner. And now Senator Lindsey Graham took up that cause. Our provision, that provision would finally hold the social media companies accountable to make sure that there are disclaimer and disclosures on political ads. The work that I've done with Senator Langford, with you, Madam President, when you were in the Senate, to make sure we have backup paper ballots. We still have 8 states that don't have backup paper ballots. That provision is in this bill. Many of the bill's provisions have already been adopted in red, blue, and purple states and have the support of governors and election officials from both parties. 21 states have same-day voter registration, including red states like Idaho, Wyoming, and Iowa. That's great, but our question should be, why don't all 50 states have it, especially when the Constitution of the United States specifically says that Congress can make and alter rules for federal elections. It is as clear as the words on the page. 20 states have automatic voter registration laws, including Alaska, Georgia, and West Virginia. 45 states allowed all voters to vote by mail in the 2020 election, and 44 states have early voting. What this bill does is to take the best of the best and puts in place minimum standards so that no matter what state you call home, you have access to the ballot box. That is why Senator Merkley has worked so hard on this legislation. That is why Senator Schumer made this bill Senate File Number 1. The bill that we are voting to advance includes changes that directly respond to concerns about implementation from both Democratic and Republican state and local officials. We heard those concerns, and the Democrats on the Rules Committee, which included Senator Warner and Senator King, we worked on that manager's amendment and made it easier for rural areas, extended the time systems, and got at their concerns. And then Senator Manchin has come up with more ideas and more things that we can do to make the bill strong. We heard from election officials that requiring states to accept mail-in ballots for too long after Election Day would delay them from certifying the results. So we shortened the window. I could go on and on and on. In good faith, we have worked to make this bill work for America. And now it is time to allow for debate on this bill. Our Republican friends on the other side of the aisle, they say this bill, this was one thing that Senator McConnell would say in the hearing, that it would cause chaos. I'd say this: chaos is a 5-hour wait to vote. Senior citizens standing in the hot sun for 5 hours, for 10 hours, that is chaos. Chaos is purging eligible voters from voter rolls and modern-day poll taxes and one ballot box for a county of 5 million people, which is exactly what they did in Harris County, Texas. That is exactly what is happening in that state right now. Chaos is voters in Wisconsin waiting in line to vote for hours in the rain in their homemade masks and plastic garbage bags. The angry mob on January 6th that came into this very chamber, that spray painted the columns, that attacked police officers, that injured people left and right, that is chaos. As I said from the stage on Inauguration Day, under that bright blue sky where you could still see the spray paint at the bottom of those columns and the makeshift windows we had in place, I said this: this is the day our democracy picks itself up, brushes off the dust, and does what America always does, goes forward as a nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, we cannot do that if Americans are disenfranchised, if they are not part of our democracy. Republicans have sadly made it clear that this is not legislation they are willing to negotiate or even debate. They won't even give it a week. They won't even give it a few days. Just last week, they held a press conference to tell the American people that they don't believe Congress should act to protect the right to vote or get rid of secret money in our elections. So, honestly, I would love to get some support from the other side of the aisle, but we have to be honest. I don't expect we're going to get it. So my Republican colleagues, this is not the end of the line for this bill. This is not the end of the line. This is only the beginning. Because if you have your way, those voters won't just be at the end of the line. They're not going to be able to vote. In the Rules Committee, we will be holding a series of hearings, not just one hearing, a series of hearings, and we are taking it on the road for the first time in a long time. We are going to Georgia and holding a field hearing there so we can hear firsthand from people in the state on what is happening and why we must carry out the constitutional duty in this chamber to act. And I urge my Republican colleagues to recognize the work being done in states to restrict the freedom of Americans to exercise their sacred right to vote. Our nation was founded on the ideals of democracy, and we've seen for ourselves in this building how we can never take it for granted. We can't let state legislators get to pick and choose who votes and what votes get counted. That's not how a democracy works. I urge all of my colleagues to do what the American people are asking us to do, and to do what is right. Vote today to bring us closer to passing legislation to strengthen our democracy. We can't wait in line, and we can't make the people of America wait in line. The time to do this is now. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Madam President,
Majority Leader.
and first let me thank so many of my colleagues, including our Chair of Rules, the Senator from Minnesota, our lead sponsor on this bill, Senator Merkley, and so many others who have done so much on this legislation. Now, what makes a democracy a democracy? It's the right of citizens to choose their own leader, to forge their own destiny, rather than have it decided for them. The right to vote. The right that generations of Americans have marched and protested to achieve. Women who reached for the ballot and marchers who were bloodied on a bridge in Selma. The right that generations of American soldiers fought and died to defend, buried now in patriot graves from Normandy to Gettysburg. And right now it is a fact, that voting rights are under assault in America in a way that we have not seen in many, many decades. Republican state legislators are limiting polling hours, locations, and ballot drop boxes, raising new ID barriers for students, making it a crime to give food and water to voters in line, and in states like Texas, trying to move Sunday voting hours so it's harder for black churchgoers to go to the polls after services. It's the most sweeping voter suppression effort in at least 80 years, targeting all the ways that historically disenfranchised voters, black and brown Americans, students, the working poor, access the ballot. We can disagree about solutions to this problem, about which policies might be more effective, but we should all agree this is a problem. We should all agree that protecting voting rights is worthy of debate. And that's what this next vote is about. Should the United States Senate even debate how to protect the voting rights of our citizens? The story of American democracy is full of contradictions and halting progress. At the time of our Constitution's ratification, you had to be in most states a white, male, Protestant landowner to vote. How many in this chamber, how many of us would have been able to participate in those first elections? The truth is, many of us, particularly on our side of the aisle, would not have been able to vote. But ever since the early days of the Republic, Americans launched mighty movements, fought a bloody civil war, and yes, passed federal election laws to expand the franchise until there were no more boundaries. Are we going to backslide here in the 21st century? Are we going to let reactionary state legislatures drag us back into the muck of voter suppression? Are we going to let the most dishonest president in history continue to poison our democracy from the inside? Or will we stand up to defend what generations of Americans have organized, marched, fought, and died for, the sacred, sacred right to vote? The thing that makes a democracy a democracy. I plead with my Republican colleagues. Stand up, my Republican colleagues. Stand up to a man who has lied. We all know he has lied. You know he has lied about our elections. Do not let this man lead you around by the nose and do permanent damage to our democracy. At least have the decency and honor to let this chamber debate. I urge my colleagues to vote yes and ask I yield the floor.
The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close the debate on the motion to proceed to calendar number 77 S2093, a bill to expand Americans' access to the ballot box, reduce the influence of big money in politics, strengthen ethics rules for public servants, and implement other anti-corruption measures for the purpose of fortifying our democracy and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on the motion to proceed on S2093, a bill to expand Americans' access to the ballot box, reduce the influence of big money in politics, strengthen ethics rules for public servants, and implement other anti-corruption measures for the purpose of fortifying our democracy and for other purposes shall be brought to a close. The yeas and nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Mr. Blunt. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mr. Braun. Mr. Brown. Mr. Burr. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cardin. Mr. Carper. Mr. Casey. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Fisher. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Leahy. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Manchin. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. Menendez. Mr. Markley. Mr. Moran. Ms. Murkowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Portman. Mr. Reed. Mr. Reed, Mr. Risch, Mr. Romney, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Rubio, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Sass, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Shelby, Ms. Sinema, Ms. Smith, Ms. Stabenow, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Tester, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Toomey, Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Baldwin, Bennett, Booker, Brown, Cardin, Carper, Cortez Masto, Duckworth, Durbin, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Kelly, King, Klobuchar, Leahy, Manchin, Merkley, Murray, Ossoff, Padilla, Peters, Schatz, Schumer, Sinema, Smith, Stabenow, Van Hollen, Warner, Warren, Whitehouse, Wyden. Senators voting in the negative: Barrasso, Blackburn, Blunt, Burr, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Grassley, Hawley, Hyde-Smith, Kennedy, Marshall, McConnell, Paul, Rounds, Rubio, Sass, Scott of South Carolina, Thune, Tillis, Toomey, Tuberville. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Menendez, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, no. Mr. Johnson, no. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Casey, aye. Mr. Bozeman, no. Mr. Cornyn, no. Ms. Cantwell, aye. Mr. Langford, no. Mr. Wicker, no. Mr. Warnock, aye. Mr. Shelby, no. Mr. Markey, aye. Mrs. Capito, no. Mr. Blumenthal, aye. Mr. Hoven, no. Mr. Tester, aye. Mr. Sanders, aye. Ms. Lummis, no. Ms. Collins, no. Mr. Young, no. Mr. Romney, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Portman, no. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Cassidy, no. Mr. Graham, Mr. Graham, no. Ms. Rosen, aye. Ms. Murkowski, no. Mr. Lee, no. Mr. Murphy, aye. Mr. Braun, no. Mr. Lujan, aye. Mr. Haggerty, no. Ms. Hirono, aye. Mr. Moran, no. Mr. Coons. Mr. Coons. Aye. Mr. Risch. Mr. Risch. No. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan. No. Mrs. Feinstein. Mrs. Feinstein. Aye. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Cruz. No. Mr. Inhofe. Mr. Inhofe. No.
On this vote, the yeas are 50, the nays are 50. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn not having voted in the affirmative. The motion is not agreed to.
Madam President.
Mr. Majority Leader.
Madam President, I want to be clear about what just happened on the Senate floor. Every single Senate Republican just voted against starting debate on legislation to protect Americans' voting rights. Once again, the Senate Republican minority has launched a partisan blockade of a pressing issue here in the United States Senate, an issue no less fundamental than the right to vote. Could we have order, Madam President?
The Senate will be in order.
I've laid out the facts for weeks. Republican state legislatures across the country are engaged in the most sweeping voter suppression in 80 years, capitalizing on and catalyzed by Donald Trump's big lie. These state governments are making it harder for younger, poorer, urban, and non-white Americans to vote. Earlier today, the Republican leader told reporters that, quote, regardless of what may be happening in some states, there's no rationale for federal intervention. The Republican leader flatly stated that no matter what the states do to undermine our democracy, voter suppression laws, phony audits, partisan takeovers of local election boards, the Senate should not act. My colleagues, if senators 60 years ago held that the federal government should never intervene to protect voting rights, this body would have never passed the Voting Rights Act. The Republican leader uses the language and the logic of the Southern senators in the 60s who defended states' rights, and it is an indefensible position for any senator, let alone the minority leader, to hold. And yet that was the reason given for why Republicans voted in lockstep today. Regardless of what may be happening in some states, there's no rationale for federal intervention. That is both ridiculous and awful. All we wanted to do here on the floor was to bring up the issue of voting rights and debate how to combat these vicious, oftentimes discriminatory voting restrictions. And today, every single Democratic senator stood together in the fight to protect the right to vote in America. The Democratic Party in the Senate will always stand united to defend our democracy. I spoke with President Biden earlier this afternoon as well. He has been unshakable in his support of S1, and I want to thank the President and the Vice President for their efforts. But regrettably, our efforts were met by the unanimous opposition of the Senate minority. Once again, Senate Republicans have signed their names in the ledger of history alongside Donald Trump, the big lie, and voter suppression, to their enduring disgrace. This vote, I'm ashamed to say, is further evidence that voter suppression has become part of the official platform of the Republican Party. Now, Republican senators may have prevented us from having a debate on voting rights today, but I want to be very clear about one thing. The fight to protect voting rights is not over, by no means. In the fight for voting rights, this vote was the starting gun, not the finish line. Let me say that again. In the fight for voting rights, this vote was the starting gun, not the finish line. As many have noted, including my friend, Senator Warnock, this morning, when John Lewis was about to cross that bridge in Selma, he didn't know what waited for him on the other side. He didn't know how long his march would be, and his ultimate success was never guaranteed. But he started down that bridge anyway. Today, Democrats started our march to defend the voting rights of all Americans. It could be a long march, but it's one we are going to make. Today we made progress. For the first time in this Congress, we got all 50 Democrats unified behind moving forward on a strong and comprehensive voting rights bill. And make no mistake about it, it will not be the last time that voting rights comes up for a debate in the Senate. Republicans may want to avoid the topic, hoping that their party's efforts to suppress votes and defend the big lie will go unnoticed. Democrats will not allow that. Democrats will never let this voter suppression be swept under the rug. We have several serious options for how to reconsider this issue and advance legislation to combat voter suppression. We are going to explore every last one of our options. We have to. Voting rights are too important, too fundamental. This concerns the very core of our democracy and what we are about as a nation. So we will not let it go. We will not let it die. This voter suppression cannot stand, and we are going to work tirelessly to see that it does not stand. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
President. The senator from Rhode Island, recognized.
Mr. President, may I ask unanimous consent that the pending quorum call be vitiated?
Without objection.
Mr. President, I'm delighted to follow the Majority Leader in his strong remarks about the beginning of the process of passing S1, not only to deal with the question of voting rights, but to deal with the question of the dark money plague that is infesting our democracy and taking the power over decision-making in this body and in this building away from regular people and putting it into the hands not only of special interests, but of special interests who are happy to operate in secret. One of the ways in which this power has been deployed has been with respect to the judicial branch of government. And I am here now for my third speech in the scheme series to draw attention to this problem. In the first two scheme speeches, I described the corporate power game plan offered by lawyer Lewis Powell to the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, and the subsequent effectuation of that game plan by Justice Lewis Powell, appointed to the U.S. Supreme Court 2 months after his secret corporate power game plan went to the chamber. The execution of the Powell plan was one of 3 converging threads that led to the scheme to capture the court. The Powell plan, thread 1, was a political response recommended for America's traditional corporate elite, which had been traumatized by the social upheaval of the 1960s. The second thread Thread 2 was a separate strain of American ire that had been simmering on our society's fringe for many decades. The extremists on this simmering fringe were traumatized by things long accepted as mainstream by most Americans. The fringe resentments shifted with the varying tides of news and events, but regularly boiled over against several targets. One was the role of Jewish people in finance, the press, Hollywood, and after FDR, in government. Another was the improving economic and social condition of minorities. Another was the arrival of immigrants, particularly non-European immigrants, but backlash to immigration from Ireland and Italy had been profound, as my home state experienced back under the Know-Nothings. Other resentments sprang from imaginary events, conspiracy theory, delusions, and crackpot ideas. This persistent strain along the American fringe was chronicled in Pulitzer Prize-winning historian Richard Hofstadter's 1964 essay, The Paranoid Style in American Politics, later a popular book. This latent strain of paranoid extremism showed itself in groups like the John Birch Society, which never gained social or political acceptance. It was fed and nurtured by a handful of right-wing foundations set up by a few colossally rich and politically irate and frustrated families. It boiled up in the presidential campaign of Senator Barry Goldwater, which ended in one of the worst landslide defeats in American history. It drove the occasional aspirations of the Libertarian Party, whose extremist platform suffered predictable but humiliating crushings at the polls. All of this defeat over all of these decades concentrated the strain, isolated its most persistent and determined elements, and added to it an emotional payload of resentment. One target of this fringe was the existence of government regulation. The Libertarian Party in 1980 ran on a platform of ending Social Security, ending Medicare, closing the post office, undoing the American highway program, stopping public education, and eliminating all our public regulatory agencies, even the Federal Aviation Administration that keeps planes from bumping into each other. This platform barely attracted 1% of the vote, an unsurprising but humiliating crushing. That humiliating crushing was suffered by David Koch, Libertarian Party candidate for vice president and the party's major funder. The Koch family is spectacularly, unimaginably rich. Privately held Koch Industries pours hundreds of millions of dollars into their pockets every year. The family annual income exceeds most families' dreams of lifetime wealth. The Kochs have social ambition, putting their names on educational TV programs, art centers, and university buildings. They are not the sort of people who take humiliation well. They are also not stupid, and the family has long and sometimes dark international experience, including odious efforts in previous decades to build factories for evil regimes. Made confident by the arrogance of wealth, driven by extremist ideology, spurred by the resentment of humiliating political rejection, experienced in the devious ways of the international world, steeped in the corporate skills of long-term planning and patient execution, and with unlimited resources to indulge themselves, the Koch brothers, Charles and David, were uniquely positioned to take this long-standing, latent, extremist fringe and amplify it and direct it by plan, in secret, and over decades if need be. If front groups needed to be set up, so be it. Subsidiaries were a familiar concept. If identities needed to be laundered off money they gave, so be it. Telling lawyers to find or design a way to do that was familiar. If fringe groups needed to be coordinated to work collectively with each other, so be it. Organizing with others through trade associations and lobbying groups was familiar activity. And if money needed to be spent, well, so be it. Money was no object. And getting people to do things for you for money is a familiar practice of the very rich. The nurture and guidance of the Kochs breathed new strength and life and deregulatory purpose into the nativist far-right fringe. Meanwhile, in the regulatory arena, waited the third of the three threads. Major corporate interests, from the railroads first to banks, chemical companies, and polluting industries, had assembled over time a quietly powerful presence to help them in administrative agencies, to assure that regulation was friendly to business, and even more than that, under the right circumstances, with the right people and pressures, could be turned to advantage of the regulated industry. In administrative hearings and rulemakings, regulated industries regularly outgunned public interest groups. Law firms dedicated to this lucrative corporate regulatory practice sprouted. Gleaming stables were kept of well-tended professional witnesses who could reliably spout the corporate line in agency proceedings. Companies played the long game in these regulatory agencies, accreting minor victories, step by step, inch by inch, that together summed up to major gains. Many of these gains were deeply buried in the weeds of arcane policy and technical detail, inscrutable to the general media, and so invisible to the general public. Revolving doors spun between regulatory commissions and industry, so that agency decision makers often reflected the values, priorities, and interests of the regulated industry, not the general public. At the extreme, the regulatory agency became servant to the industry master, a phenomenon well known and well documented as regulatory capture. I wrote a separate book on this, Captured, so I won't dwell on it at great length here. It's enough to note that regulatory capture is so common that it has been a robust field of academic research and writing now for decades, both in economics and in administrative law. So these three socioeconomic strands converged. America's regular corporate elite took up the Powell Memo strategy of emboldened political engagement, seeking to reclaim their power and restrain the unwelcome changes roiling American society. The extremists of great wealth brought to the right-wing fringe and its motley array of extremist groups an unprecedented strategic discipline, unlimited resources, and the tactics of hard-edged corporate organization. The regulatory capture apparatus was there for the hiring, eager to pursue the new prospects offered by big industries and eccentric billionaires. Out of this slumgullion of immense wealth, extreme political ambition, and expertise at regulatory capture, how long would it take for people to start thinking about capturing not just regulatory agencies, but courts. Indeed, the United States Supreme Court. As it turned out, not long. The court had made itself a target of the right wing. Brown versus Board of Education provoked massive resistance across the South, out to defend segregated public schools. Roe versus Wade provoked, as it still provokes, the religious right. So did Engel v. Vitale, restricting prayer in schools. Griswold v. Connecticut offended those upset by the 60s sexual revolution. Miranda v. Arizona, Mapp v. Ohio, and Gideon v. Wainwright offended the tough-on-crime crowd. To the far right, the Supreme Court offered a bounty of things to hate. Even without the Powell Memo's corporate plan of, and I quote, exploiting judicial action, quote, with an activist-minded Supreme Court, the court would likely have been an irresistible target. But with that plan and that recommendation, it began to come together. And so the scheme was launched, fed by three political tributaries. One, the corporate plan and Lewis Powell's memo to the chamber. Two, the resurgent Koch-powered far-right fringe. And three, the eager, available mercenaries of regulatory capture. Mr. President, the effort to capture the court has likely been the most effectual deployment of right-wing and corporate resources into our common American political life. And America is now a very different place as a result of it. Much of it, like the proverbial frog in the proverbial pot, we've even gotten used to. And we accept it now as normal when it isn't. To be continued. I yield the floor. And I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Mr. President.
Senator from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent that the quorum call be vitiated.
Without objection.
Mr. President, I rise today to celebrate a win for the country. Today, the United States rightly failed to advance the Corrupt Politicians Act, meaning that this bill will not come to the Senate floor for a final vote. This is a huge win for the citizens of the United States. This is a huge win for democracy, and it's a huge win for the integrity of our elections. The Corrupt Politicians Act is the most dangerous legislation we've considered in the Senate in the 9 years I've served in this body. It's an attempt by Senate Democrats at a brazen power grab. It's an attempt by Democrats to federalize elections and to ensure that Democrats won't lose control for the next 100 years. This bill isn't about protecting the right to vote. It's precisely the opposite. It's about taking away the right to vote from the citizens and giving it instead to the corrupt politicians in Washington who want to stay in power. The Corrupt Politicians Act would strike down virtually every common sense voter integrity law adopted by states across the country. 36 states have adopted voter ID laws, a reasonable and common sense step to protect the integrity of elections that over 70% of Americans support and over 60% of African Americans support. In fact, recent polling now shows support for voter ID at over 80%, thanks no doubt to the relentless assault on voter ID mounted by Senate Democrats. The Corrupt Politicians Act would repeal the vast majority of these voter ID laws. Likewise, 31 states prohibit ballot harvesting, the corrupt practice of paying political operatives to collect other people's ballots. So what would the Corrupt Politicians Act do? It would strike down all of those laws in 31 states and would mandate ballot harvesting nationwide. It would mean that paid political operatives from the Democratic National Committee could go to nursing homes and collect votes, some of those votes, no doubt, from individuals who may be no longer competent to make a decision. And the reason 31 states have acted to ban ballot harvesting is it invites voter fraud. An unscrupulous operative can fill out the ballot for a senior citizen who no longer has the capacity to make a decision. And if that senior citizen has the temerity to vote in a way the operative doesn't like, there's nothing to prevent the operative from throwing that ballot in the mail and simply not sending it in, only sending in the ballots that happen to comply with their own political preference. If you care even one whit about election integrity, striking down every prohibition on ballot harvesting is precisely the wrong step to take. The Corrupt Politician Act would also automatically register to vote anyone who comes in contact with the government. So if you get a welfare check, if you get an unemployment check, if you have a driver's license, if you go to a state college or state university, you're automatically registered to vote. Well, what's the problem with that? The problem with that, as the authors of the bill know, is that would register millions of illegal aliens to vote. Millions of illegal aliens come into contact with the government, and automatic registration is designed to register millions of illegal aliens. How do we know this? We know this, among other things, because the bill explicitly immunizes the state officials who would be registering illegal aliens to vote. It grants a safe harbor and says when you illegally register illegal aliens, you'll have no liability. If you care about the integrity of elections, registering millions of illegal aliens to dilute and steal the votes of legal American citizens is exactly the opposite way to go. Not only that, many states have reasonable restrictions on felons and on criminals voting. What does the Corrupt Politicians Act do? It strikes all of those down and instead mandates that all felons should be allowed to vote. Murderers, rapists, child molesters, all allowed to vote because Democrats have made the cynical calculation that if millions of illegal aliens are allowed to vote and millions of criminals and felons are allowed to vote, that those individuals are likely to vote Democrat. And Democrats want to stay in power. The bill also prevents states from correcting voter rolls and from removing people who passed away. You can't go in when someone's dead and say, you know, dead people shouldn't be voting. No, this bill mandates leave the dead people on the rolls. Another step designed to invite fraud. Moreover, the Corrupt Politicians Act is welfare for politicians. This bill is designed to give hundreds of millions of dollars every year to corrupt incumbent politicians to keep them in power. It matches, for contributions under $200, 6-to-1 federal funds, so that the members of this body would receive collectively over $1 billion in federal funds to stay in power. That's great if you're a corrupt politician who wants to prevent a challenger from ever defeating you, and if you want to prevent the voters from making a different choice, then you flood them with federal funds to make it so you can't beat corrupt incumbents. But that's not what you do if you want to protect the right to vote. This bill is brazen. It is so brazen that the joke really is admitted in one provision of the bill. The Federal Elections Commission was created in the wake of Watergate, designed to protect integrity in our elections. It was, from the beginning, designed to be bipartisan. 3 Republicans, 3 Democrats. Because Congress recognized that a partisan Federal Elections Commission would be deeply injurious to our democracy. That to have a Federal Election Commission with any integrity, it needed to be bipartisan, which means you needed a bipartisan majority to act in order to ensure that neither party weaponizes the federal election laws. What does the Corrupt Politicians Act do? Turns the Federal Election Commission into a partisan body. Shifts it from 3 Republicans and 3 Democrats to 3 Democrats and 2 Republicans. It turns it into an arm of the Democratic Senate Committee in effect. Nothing in this bill is as cynical as that provision. We're in a 50-50 Senate. We have close elections in this race. Mr. President, you're a sophisticated political player. I want you to ask for a second. In a close election, in the weeks before the election, if the Senate Majority Leader had the ability to launch investigations from the Federal Election Commission, to bring prosecutions from the Federal Elections Commission, to sue the political opponents of the majority, how much would that invite abuse? I understand right now Democrats are in power of both houses of Congress and the White House. Power can be intoxicating. But I do want to point out it wasn't that long ago. Mr. President, you and I were both in this body 4 years ago when there was a Republican president and a Republican House and a Republican Senate. You didn't see the Republican majority try anything as brazen as the Corrupt Politicians Act. You didn't see a Republican majority trying to rig the game, trying to change the rules so that Republicans could never be defeated in the next election. You didn't see the Republican majority trying to turn the Federal Election Commission into a partisan weapon. I ask you, Mr. President, what level of comfort would you have as an elected Democrat if Mitch McConnell had control of the Federal Election Commission? If it were a Republican partisan agency? I think you would be entirely justified in being concerned that it would be used as a political weapon to hurt you. Your last election was a relatively close election. Imagine 2 weeks before the election if a Republican Federal Election Commission announced sweeping investigation into massive campaign finance violations by the incumbent senator who happened to be of the party that was out of power. You would rightly feel that was grotesquely unfair. And yet that's what every Senate Democrat just voted to create. You know, the most pernicious aspect of this bill has been the racial demagoguery that it has invited. We've heard the Senate Majority Leader invoke in booming terms specters from our sorry history of racial discrimination in the past. The Senate Majority Leader has used the phrase Jim Crow 2.0 repeatedly, as has the President of the United States, as has the Vice President of the United States, deliberately inflaming racial tensions, suggesting that laws, common sense voter integrity laws in states like Georgia and Texas, things like requiring voter ID or requiring signature verification on absentee ballots, are somehow a modern manifestation of Jim Crow. That is a grotesque lie. And Mr. President, the Majority Leader knows that, the President of the United States knows that, the Vice President of the United States, they know they're lying. But ironically, they've inadvertently said something that is accurate about this piece of legislation. Jim Crow legislation was grotesque and ugly. It was legislation that was drafted without exception by Democratic politicians. Jim Crow was written by Democratic politicians. And its purpose when the Jim Crow laws were written were to prevent the voters from ever voting out of office Democratic politicians. It's one of the ugliest chapters of our nation's history. And thankfully, we repudiated Jim Crow. Well, the Majority Leader used the phrase Jim Crow 2.0, and inadvertently he's right, but not about what he's describing. He's right about the Corrupt Politicians Act. The Corrupt Politicians Act follows the exact same pattern that Jim Crow did. It is partisan legislation written by elected Democrats designed to keep elected Democrats in office and to steal the right to vote from the citizenry to decide on somebody else. Democracy is too important for that. And the kind of cynical racial demagoguery that we have seen around this bill, while ignoring the substance of it, and I will point out the media has been eager to ignore the substance of it. The media says, should we protect the right to vote? Yes, we should protect the right to vote. This bill takes away your right to vote. This bill is designed to prevent the voters from choosing to throw the bums out. The most fundamental right of any voter to throw the bums out, whether they're one side or the other side. We, the people, have sovereignty. And this bill, the Corrupt Politicians Act, was designed to take that power from the people and give it to the politicians in Washington. So today was a victory. It was a victory for the American people. It was a victory for democracy. It was a victory for the Constitution, and it was a victory for the rule of law. I yield the floor.
Madam President,
The senator from New York.
I rise today for the 13th time to call for every senator to have the opportunity to vote on a common-sense, bipartisan bill, the Military Justice Improvement and Increasing Prevention Act. This bill would ensure that members of our military would get the justice and the justice system that their sacrifices deserve. We do not have time to delay. I've begun calling for a floor vote on this bill since May 24th. That's 29 days ago. Since then, it's estimated that 1,624 service members will have been raped or sexually assaulted. More will have been victims of other serious crimes, and many of them will feel that there's no point in even reporting the crime because they have no faith in the current military justice system. That's because right now, if a service member reports a crime, the case and their fate will be put into a commander's hand. This bill argues instead that our service members who are victims of serious crimes or who are accused of serious crimes should have those cases reviewed by an impartial, trained military prosecutor. And it does not say the commanders are removed from their responsibility with regard to the military justice system. It doesn't say the commanders are relieved of the responsibility of ensuring good order and discipline. Under this bill, commanders will still have the full array of tools to implement good order and discipline: counseling, restriction, confinement, protective orders, rank reduction, non-judicial punishment, summary court-martial, and even special court-martial. None of these change under the law. In addition, under today's system, only 3% of commanders have the right to do convening authority for general court-martials. So the truth is that a small number of commanders will be even affected by this legislation. But I can promise you, the view from the service members will be significant, because they will now see that if there are someone who has been assaulted or harassed or had any justice need, that the person reviewing the case would be highly trained and unbiased. And if you're a black or brown service member who's disproportionately punished under the current system, you would know that the decision maker was impartial, unbiased, and highly trained. This change is something that will help for both victims of sexual assault, but also for defendants' rights. For serious crimes, we need both pieces of this puzzle, and this bill provides both. It will still allow commanders to take the administrative steps to send a message to their troops about what is or is not tolerated. And 97% of them have to do that every day without having convening authority for general court-martial. And it will allow for victims and their families to get real justice. The Military Justice Improvement and Prevention Act will deliver the results that our service members and their families deserve without compromising command authority. That is what our allies have said. UK, Germany, Israel, Australia, Netherlands, Canada have all testified to our body in various hearings and various committees that they saw no diminution in command control and no diminution in the ability to prepare and train troops. The truth is, if this is a reform whose time has come, and every minute we delay, we are not standing by our service members. It is a change that has been supported by veterans groups across the country, whether it's the Iraq and Afghanistan Association of Veterans, whether it's the Vietnam Veterans Association, whether it's the Foreign Legion or the Veterans of Foreign Wars. Military veterans support this bill. This is a change whose time has come, and I request that we have a floor vote to decide this. 66 senators on a bipartisan basis support this. The committee has been addressing this issue for 8 years. We've already passed 250 smaller reforms, none of which has had a dent on the problem. It's time to do the reform that survivors have asked for and that veterans organizations support. I ask unanimous consent at a time to be determined by the Majority Leader in consultation with the Republican leader, the Senate Armed Services Committee be discharged from further consideration of S-1520 and the Senate proceed to its consideration, that there be 2 hours for a debate equally divided in the usual form, and that upon the use or yielding back of that time, the Senate vote on the bill with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Madam President.
The senator from Rhode Island.
Thank you, Madam President. And let me thank my colleague from New York for her work to move this issue forward. But once again, I would object to the request for the reasons I've previously stated. And in addition, Madam President, today the ranking member of the committee, Senator Inhofe, released the written views of each member of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which he had requested on Senator Gillibrand's proposed legislation. I understand that some in our body might discount these views of senior military leadership, and that's their prerogative, but I do believe it's important that their voices be part of the public discourse. They have dedicated their life to the service of this nation. They have led troops in combat. They have experienced all of the issues that face commanders, face subordinates. They have a unique, I think, position within the system. And in addition, the military will have to implement whatever system Congress devises, and it will require their expertise and skill. As such, I would like to enter these records into the record and ask unanimous consent to do so.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Now, I won't quote from these letters at length now, but I would just point out that the chiefs are open-minded about changing the way we prosecute sexual assault and harassment within the ranks. So am I. In fact, I think that is something that I hope becomes clear in our progress legislatively moving forward. But they nevertheless stress the importance of ensuring that any change Congress enacts must be carefully tailored to address the problems we are trying to solve. And the critical problem we are trying to solve is sexual assault, sexual harassment, any kind of crime connected to sexual misconduct. And in addition, that adequate time and resources must be afforded for implementing any of the changes that we propose. The nature and the magnitude of the change we are contemplating here is complex. We have to make sure we do this right. Further, we've heard over the past few years from the leadership of the Military Services Judge Advocate General's Corps, who have uniformly opposed these changes in nature and scope. And these are the military lawyers, the very military justice experts to whom this bill would invest authority currently reserved to commanders. And I believe we should listen to them as well, move prudently and deliberately to address the problem at hand. So, as I've said a number of times already, I intend to include the administration's recommendations that derive from the President's Independent Review Commission in the markup of the defense bill, subject to amendment, not to move a bill on the floor without the chance of my colleagues in the committee to have their voices heard. These ladies and gentlemen have dedicated themselves to military policy for many years. They are experts in different dimensions of this issue, and they will add, I think, significantly. To simply take a bill and send it to the floor without amendments, I think, is not the way to proceed. I anticipate a bill that will be strengthened through debate and discussion and deliberation by the committee. And with that, Madam President, I would reiterate my objection to Senator Gillibrand's request.
Madam President.
The objection is heard.
Madam President.
Senator from New York.
I disagree with the chairman because the service chiefs and commanders for the last 8 years have objected to any serious reform. And in fact, what they've said time and time again, trust us, we'll get this right, and have objected to any major reform. And in fact, that's what they did any time we tried to reform the military. They objected on the same basis, using the same words, when we tried to repeal Don't Ask, Don't Tell. They objected in the same way when we tried to allow women to get credit for being in combat. They objected in the same way when we integrated the military. And so to hear these objections over and over again, after the committee has studied this issue for 8 years and allowed 250 reforms to be put into the NDAA, all of which were okay by the DOD, just flies in the face of reality. The military has demanded sole responsibility of these cases for the 8 years that I've worked on this issue, and have they dented the problem? No. Sexual assaults were estimated at 20,000 by the military last they counted. Has the rate of cases going to trial increased? No. Has the rate of cases that have ended in conviction increased? No. So under no measurable has the DOD got a handle on this. And for the chairman to say it has to go through the committee, this issue has been going through the committee for 8 years. And in fact, when I've passed bipartisan reform with people like Senator Joni Ernst on the Safe to Report language, it was taken out in conference by the same DOD staff that didn't want it in there in the first place. So under the chairman's view, this bill could certainly go through committee. We have more than half of the members, but I promise you it will be watered down or taken out in conference because the chairman and the ranking member are against it, and they have the authority to do so. So he is not offering a fair process. The fact that this bill has 66 co-sponsors, how many bills in America in this body have the support of Ted Cruz and Liz Warren, of Mitch McConnell and Senator Schumer? None. This is the kind of bipartisan bill that this country is yearning for, the kind of common sense reform that can protect service members. And while the chairman is so interested in supporting what the generals and the admirals and the top commanders want, why does not he listen to the service members themselves, to the people who have suffered sexual assault, to the people who have suffered racial bias in prosecution? Those are the people that he should be listening to, not the top brass. We've deferred to them the entire 10 years I've been on this committee, and in the entire 10 years, our committee has failed. It is time to bring this bill to the floor. I yield the floor.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Baldwin.
Madam President,
Senator from Maryland.
Madam President, I ask that the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a short time ago, on this Senate floor, we witnessed a low point for this body. We witnessed every Republican senator voting against moving forward to consider legislation to strengthen our democracy. We witnessed all 50 Republican senators voting to block consideration of the For the People Act. I don't know why people are afraid of debating this issue, which is so fundamental to our country at this particular point in time. This bill, the For the People Act, has many important provisions. One of them, of course, is to establish minimum national standards to make sure that every eligible American voter can access the ballot box. That should be something we all want. We should want every American eligible to vote to be out there exercising his or her right to vote, to participate in the decision-making in our democracy. And yet, not a single Republican senator voted to proceed with that debate. Even though this bill is more important now than ever before, because we see, as we speak, Republican state legislators in so many places around our country voting to erect barriers to the ballot box. We see this in state after state, a pure partisan power play to rig the rules, to win elections by subtraction. Not to win elections through the hurly-burly debate over issues of our day, not to win elections by talking about the agenda that somebody is advocating and why someone should vote for a particular candidate. That's the way it's supposed to be, but these are legislatures that are putting up barriers to make it harder for people to access the ballot, and specifically designing these barriers to try to limit participation by people of color and by younger voters. We saw that even before the aftermath of this election. We saw it in the aftermath of the Supreme Court decision in Shelby v. Holder. We saw Texas and North Carolina and other states adopting these kind of restrictive voting laws. Don't have to take my word for it. The U.S. courts took a look at the North Carolina law that was passed a number of years ago and said that they targeted African American voters with, quote, surgical precision to try to keep them from accessing the voting booth. And that's exactly the kind of thing that's going on now in state after state around the country. Trying to win not by the great addition and multiplication of democracy, but by subtraction and by division. And so, why are these states doing this at this moment? They're doing it because of the big lie that was perpetrated in the aftermath of our presidential election. A lie that the former president persists in spewing and repeating to this very moment. The lie that he was somehow cheated or robbed out of an election. The lie that led to the attack on this Capitol on January 6th. It's that lie that is giving rise to these actions in state legislatures. It's that lie that sadly led this body, just a short while ago, to block consideration of a bill to establish a commission to look at what happened on January 6th. That bill, too, was filibustered, just like this one. in order to prevent the American people from getting to the bottom of the big lie. Republican senators blocked that too. They don't want the country to know. And they apparently are perfectly happy to allow all these state legislatures to put up barriers to voting as part of that big lie narrative. And we know it's a big lie for so many reasons. Of course, President Trump and his campaign took their claims to courts throughout the country. Over 60 courts said those are ridiculous claims. President Trump's own Justice Department, his Attorney General, former Attorney General Barr, before he stepped down, said there was no wrongdoing in this election that would change any kind of outcome. The president's point person at the Department of Homeland Security, responsible for monitoring the integrity of elections, has testified before Congress and said very clearly that the 2020 presidential election was the most secure election in American history. Most secure in American history. That's from the person in charge of election integrity in President Trump's own administration. And so why are all these states enacting these barriers to voting after an election that the Trump Homeland Security Department said was the most secure in history? It's because so many people turned out and voted in that secure election, and they didn't like the outcome. So when you don't like the outcome in election, instead of taking your case to the American people and saying that vote for us next time because here's our agenda for the country, here's what we're going to do, instead they decided that they're going to try to win by putting up barriers to try to prevent those large turnouts, especially among people of color, and we saw younger voters come out in 2020. So the decision to block this bill from debate is just a continuation of protecting the big lie. It's a continuation of protecting the big lie that is being fueled around the country by Donald Trump's continuous fraudulent claims, which unfortunately have seized the Republican Party. We saw what happened in the House of Representatives. Liz Cheney, a stalwart conservative, ousted from her leadership position because she didn't pay homage to the former president. That's what's going on here. That's what's going on in the House, and that is what's reflected in this vote today. The refusal to even debate a bill to strengthen our democracy. Come to the floor. Tell us what you don't like. Tell us what you want to do. Ask, do you really believe that what these state legislatures are doing is a good thing for our democracy? I know it's easier not to have to talk about that. Easier to ignore it all. But we're not going to let this issue go away. We're going to be here week after week to make sure that we continue to push this For the People Act. Now, in addition to the provisions to establish minimal protections so every eligible voter can access the voting booth, the For the People Act also has a number of other very important provisions that are overwhelmingly popular with the American people. One of them is the incorporation of what's known as the Disclose Act. The Disclose Act does a very simple thing. It gets rid of secret corporate money being plowed into our elections through these secret super PACs. You know, what happened after the decision in Citizens United were two things. One, corporate money now could flow in unlimited amounts into elections. But the Supreme Court at the time said, you can at least be aware of who's spending all this money if you pass laws to make sure it's transparent. In fact, a lot of the justices who voted to overturn the Citizens United, voted to allow corporate money in politics, who were in the majority in Citizens United, also said in that same opinion that they essentially expected Congress to enact laws to ensure transparency. In fact, 8 of the 9 Supreme Court justices in that case took that position. And yet, the Republican leader who in the early 2000s called for more transparency when it came to money being spent in elections is taking the opposite idea. We don't want the public to know who is spending all that money. We want it to be secret. I think most of us would agree, and I know the American public agrees, that they have a right to know who is spending millions and millions of dollars to try to influence their votes. We know that because survey after survey shows that Republicans, Democrats, and independents all agree that they should know who is spending all of this dark money. When you see a TV commercial that says, paid for by the Committee for America, you should know who is financing that ad to try to influence your vote. It's a very simple principle. Voters have a right to know. It was a principle agreed to by, conservative jurists like Justice Scalia. And yet, the position of the Republican senators today was, we don't even want to talk about that. We don't even want to debate that provision. By the way, that provision, the Disclose Act, passed the House back in 2010. And it came here to the United States Senate. And the Senate version of the Disclose Act was debated on this Senate floor. 59 senators at that time voted to proceed with the bill. You might say 59 senators, that's a majority. Why didn't it pass? Because of the filibuster rule. They needed 60. 59 senators said, we want disclosure. 59 senators said, get rid of secret money. But because of the filibuster rule, it didn't pass. It couldn't get to final passage on a simple majority. If that had passed back in 2010, we wouldn't have our airwaves flooded with secret money today. We would have done what the American people wanted. The Disclose Act is in this bill now. And once again, 11 years later, Republican senators are filibustering the bill and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S-2184, introduced earlier today.
The clerk will report.
S-2184, a bill to amend the Sarbanes-Oxley Act of 2002 to institute a trading prohibition for certain issuers and so forth and for other purposes.
Without objection, the Senate will proceed.
I ask unanimous consent that the bill be considered, read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that at a time to be determined by the majority leader following consultation with the Republican leader, the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of calendar number 74 S-1251, that the only amendments in order be the following. Lee number 2119.
Without objection.
I further ask that there be 2 hours for debate equally divided on the bill, that upon the use or yielding back of time, the Senate vote on the Lee amendment, that the bill be considered read a third time, the Senate vote on passage of the bill as amended, if amended, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nomination. Calendar number 115.
Without objection, the clerk will report.
Nomination, Department of Energy, Ali Nouri of the District of Columbia to be an Assistant Secretary, Congressional and Intergovernmental Affairs.
Madam President, I ask consent that the Senate vote on the nomination without intervening action or debate, and if confirmed, the motion be to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table, all without intervening action or debate. That no further motions be in order to the nomination, that any statements related to the nomination be printed in the record, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate then resume legislative session.
The question is on the nomination. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, no. The ayes appear to have it. The ayes have it. The nomination is confirmed.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that when the Senate completes its business today, it adjourn until 2 p.m. Wednesday, June 23rd, that following the prayer and pledge, the morning hour be deemed expired, the journal of proceedings be approved to date, the time for the two leaders be reserved for their use later in the day, and morning business be closed. Further, upon the conclusion of morning business, the Senate proceed to executive session to resume consideration of the Boardman nomination. Further, that if cloture is invoked on the Boardman nomination, all post-cloture time expire at 5:45 p.m. Finally, that if the nomination is confirmed, the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Without objection.
Madam President, if there is no further business to come before the Senate, I ask that it stand adjourned under the previous order.
The Senate stands adjourned until 2 p.m. tomorrow.